La Présidente.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Could I please ask you to take your seats so that we start our plenary session? Quite a lot of decisions to be taken now. Please take your seats. Okay, so a few announcements from my side, dear colleagues, starting with a very serious one. Last week, a devastating series of earthquakes hit Turkey and Syria, causing almost unimaginable destruction. Tens of thousands of people have been killed, thousands more are injured or still trapped under the rubble. And I want to underline that Europe stands with the people of Turkey and Syria. Our civil protection mechanism has been activated and help has and continues to be sent, and this will be debated as the first item of our agenda this afternoon. Right now, our thoughts are with the families of those killed, those trapped, those injured, and with all the rescuers' lives. Once we discuss that this afternoon, I ask you to be present, but before that, I invite you to join me for a minute of silence in honour of the many victims of this tragic earthquake. Thank you. Last Thursday, the 9th of February, was an important day for European unity. Dear colleagues, before attending the special European Council meeting, the European Parliament had the honour of hosting President Zelensky, a true example of the bravery, courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people. President Zelensky spoke from our chamber, but his words really reverberated throughout Europe. It was a strong message and a reminder that the battle in Ukraine is not just one for territory, but also one in defence of our shared values. I want to thank you all for attending this extraordinary plenary session ahead of the one-year anniversary of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We have shown that the European Parliament stands and continues to stand in full solidarity with Ukraine and its people, and we will continue to do just that. The session adjourned on the 9th of February is reopened. The minutes and the text adopted of the sittings of 2nd and 9th February are available. Are there any comments? No, then I see that the minutes are approved. I have received a request from the competent authorities in Poland for the parliamentary immunities of Mr. Patryk Jaki, Ms. Beata Kempa, Ms. Beata Mazurek and Mr. Tomasz Poreba to be waived. The request is referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs. The S&D Group has notified me of decisions relating to changes to appointments within committees and delegations. These decisions will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. In relation to the decision by the LIBE Committee to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 1, announced at the opening of the session on Wednesday, 1st February, I have received no request for a vote in Parliament by members or political groups reaching at least the medium threshold. The committee may therefore start the negotiations. Several committees have decided to enter into interinstitutional negotiations pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 1 of the Rules of Procedure. The reports which constitute the mandates for the negotiations are available on the plenary webpage, and their titles will be published in the minutes of the sitting. Pursuant to Rule 71, paragraph 2, members or political groups reaching at least the medium threshold may request in writing by tomorrow, Tuesday the 14th of February at midnight, that the decisions be put to the vote. If no request for a vote in Parliament is made within the deadline, the committees may start the negotiations. Pursuant to Rule 241, paragraph 4 of the Rules of Procedure, I would like to inform you that there was no request to put to the vote the corrigendum from the ENVI Committee announced in plenary on Wednesday, the 1st of February. The corrigendum is therefore deemed to have been approved. I understand now that our colleague Markéta Gregorova has a point of order. 556.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I want to bring to your attention the situation in Moldova. Moldovan President Maia Sandu just revealed that Ukraine intelligence services intercepted a document clearly showing Russia's plan for a coup d'état in Moldova. Putin has an apparent call to forcefully change legitimate power from Chisinau to an illegitimate one, while also destroying Moldova's European aspirations. 3 days ago, Moldovan pro-European Prime Minister stepped down, also creating a turmoil which can Russia potentially use to destabilise our partner, to whom we granted a candidate status just a few months ago. Madam President, on behalf of the Greens IFA Group, I would thus urge you to issue a statement of support to Moldova on its European path. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Gregorova. I will. We now come to the order of business. The final draft agenda, as adopted by the Conference of Presidents on the 8th of February, pursuant to Rule 157, has been distributed. I would like to inform you that I have received a request for urgent procedure from the ENVI Committee pursuant to Rule 163 on transitional provisions for certain medical devices and in vitro diagnostic medical devices. The vote on this request will be taken tomorrow, and if adopted, the vote will be held on Thursday. We now move to changes requested by political groups for Monday. The Left Group has requested that a Commission statement on following up on measures requested by Parliament to strengthen the integrity of European institutions be added on Monday as the 5th point in the afternoon. The debate would be wound up with a resolution to be voted on Thursday, and as a consequence, the session will be extended until 11 p.m. I'll give the floor to Ms. Aubry to move the request on behalf of the Left Group.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, 2 months ago, the worst scandal, corruption scandal in the history of the European Parliament involving 4 current or former MEPs came under investigation for corruption by Morocco and Qatar, and citizens discovered the opacity and impunity in the European Parliament, with hundreds of undeclared presence and trips and meetings conducted in camera. And people put their heart on their sleeves, saying that they were going to restore the integrity of the European Parliament, adopting a proposal with 15 proposals for reform. But what's happened over the last 2 months since that? The transparency register, the mandatory declaration of assets, or the publication of where amendments originate. What's happened to that? That's why we've got this debate and resolution proposal to shed light on what's happened. The time has come to be accountable, not to Morocco or to Qatar, but to the European citizen to whom you promise so many reforms. Thank you.
Ms. Aubry, I give the floor to any colleague who would speak against this proposal. I don't see that to be the case, and therefore I put the request to the vote by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. Therefore, we have a Commission statement on following up on measures requested by Parliament to strengthen the integrity of European institutions to be added as a fifth point this afternoon. The statement will be wound up with a resolution and the vote will be on Thursday. The deadlines are as follows. The motions for resolutions, Tuesday, 14 February at noon. Amendments to motions for resolutions and joint motions for resolutions, Wednesday, 15 February at noon. Amendments to joint motions for resolutions, Wednesday, 15 February at 1 p.m. Split and separate votes, Wednesday, 15 February at 7 p.m. For Tuesday, the Greens, Renew and S&D groups have asked that the debate on the Council and Commission statements on the establishment of an independent EU ethics body be wound up with a resolution to be voted on Thursday. I give the floor to Mr. Philippe Lamberts to move the request.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, setting up an independent ethics body for the European institutions is a proposal that long predates the scandal that broke out in December. It was part of the work programme of the President of the European Commission, indeed. As you know, the European Parliament has no right to legislative initiative, so it's time for the Commission to get active. Since this scandal, we have been waiting and waiting for a proposal. It's important for this Parliament to have a little bit more than a debate on this subject. We can't just listen to the blah, blah, blah from the Commission. It's time to have a resolution on the subject.
Thank you, Mr. Lamberts. I put the request to a vote by roll call. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. And therefore, the debate on the Council and Commission statements on establishment of an independent EU ethics body is wound up with a resolution. The vote will be held on Thursday. Deadlines are as follows. The motions for resolutions, Tuesday at noon. Amendments to the motions for resolutions and joint motions, Wednesday at noon. Amendments to joint motions, Wednesday at 1. Split and separate votes, Wednesday at 7 p.m. For Wednesday, the S&D Group has requested that Council and Commission statements on no EU funding for walls in Europe be added as the second point in the afternoon after the topical debate. I give the floor first to Ms. Gabi Bischoff to move the request on behalf of her group.
Dear colleagues, who would have thought that 5 years after we criticized President Trump to building walls to Mexico, that the European Council would propose to build walls in Europe? And who would have thought that after 2 decades and more, after the fall of the Iron Curtain, that we would have or even consider proposals to building walls around Europe? And okay, they call it still very technocratic, border protection. They call it Orwell-like technocratic border protection capability and infrastructure. But we are not fooled, we know what it is. And let's see it straight, therefore. Every euro that will be put into fences and borders is a euro that cannot be used to help someone else and protect the vulnerable. And therefore, we want to hear from the Commission and the Council their points of view about this turn and the use of EU funds to build a fortress Europe. And this is why we urge you as S&D to support this, especially at a time also where we look, and the President said it with horror, to the situation in Turkey and Syria. So please, I ask you to support this.
Thank you. I have received many other proposals. I have, first of all, an alternative proposal from the ID Group. I give the floor to Mr. Jean-Paul Garot to present the alternative proposal.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Last week, the European Council took place. A number of companies requested that Brussels finance the building of exterior walls in order to protect themselves from mass immigration. That was refused. by the President of the Commission. At the same time, Chancellor Scholz is preparing a liberal law to be voted upon to facilitate the arrival of 400,000 immigrants a year to deal with Germany's demographic issues, according to him. More than 5 million people, then, who would come by 2035. Once they're in Germany, they'll be free to circulate throughout Europe. Now, this, therefore, relates to all of us and will impact the policies in all of our countries. So it's absolutely essential for us to discuss this, and that's why we've asked for an added item to the agenda. It's not conceivable that at a moment where it's so urgent to strengthen our exterior borders, a member state of the EU unilaterally decides to open up the doors to immigration. A debate here is absolutely essential, so I would ask you to vote for our amendment. Thank you.
Now I give the floor to Mr. Jeroen Lenaers to present another alternative proposal of the EPP Group.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. We are very happy to support a debate on last week's Council conclusions. In fact, we already wanted to propose this last week, but then the Socialists were still against, so better late than never, I guess. Happy to support a debate, not under this title, because the level of hypocrisy is simply a bit too high. Have you ever seen the border fences in Spain? Have you ever seen the plans that the Finnish government is doing to build a border wall? It is socialist governments rightfully using fences to manage migration, and yet here you stand arguing that Europe should never help any other member state to do the same. As always with the socialists, is do as I say, don't do as I do. So yes, we would like to have a debate on the Council conclusions under the words that the Council itself chose, with the support of socialist prime ministers. And this is follow-up on the European Council conclusions, mobilising EU funds, reinforcing border protection capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lenaers. I now give the floor to Ms. Sophie in 't Veld to present another alternative proposal of the Renew Group.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a joy to hear the EPP reproaching the rest of us for being hypocrites. Just to frame the issue a little bit, I think we should have a debate and remind the European Council of the fact that their conclusions are actually a political statement. The European Council is neither a legislator nor the budget authority, contrary to the European Parliament. Now, the migration issue requires not grand statements and posturing and fake solutions. It requires real solutions. That is what we as a legislator and a budget authority are working on very diligently, and that is why my group would like to propose a debate with the title referring to the UCO conclusions and the need for a speedy finalisation of the roadmap. Because we do serious work here, we work on real solutions, and I think that is what we want to debate with the European Council.
Thank you, Ms. in 't Veld. So now we'll go back to the top. So Ms. Bischoff, I ask you, would you agree with either the proposal from the ID group or the proposal from the EPP group or the proposal from the Renew group? So if your answer is no, then we will vote on the proposal of the S&D group. The vote is open by roll call. Vote is closed, and it is rejected. So now I ask, Mr. Garot, do you maintain your initial proposal? So we vote on the request of the ID group by roll call. The vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. So now I ask Mr. Lenaers, do you maintain your initial proposal? Yes, you do. So we put the request of the EPP group to a vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. So I ask you, Ms. in't Veld, do you maintain your initial proposal? Yes, you do. So we put the request to a vote by roll call. It was not by roll call, but... Apologies, it was not by roll call after all. So we'll do it by show of hands. So we cancel the vote. Who agrees with the Renew Group proposal? By show of hands. Okay, there is a clear agreement and therefore it is adopted. We can check. We can check. The vote is open. But it's not by roll call. Vote is closed. And it is adopted. And therefore, we will have Council and Commission statements on UCO conclusions, the need for the speedy finalisation of the roadmap as a second point on Wednesday afternoon. Still on Wednesday, the ECR group has requested that a Commission statement on further repressions against the people of Belarus, in particular the cases of Andrei Poczobut and Alias Bialecki, be added as the fifth point in the afternoon before the oral questions on adequate minimum income ensuring active inclusion. The debate would be wound up with a resolution to be voted in March 1. I give the floor to Ms. Anna Fotyga to move the request.
President, colleagues, in the course of a criminal war of aggression against Ukraine waged by Russian Federation, Alexander Lukashenko, the oppressor of Belarus, launches his next wave of atrocities against society, in particular by convicting the very important member of the Belarusian opposition, an outstanding journalist, Andrei Poczobut, after 690 days in prison earlier, awaiting this judgment. Now the court proceedings started against Ales Białacki, the Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of Sakharov Prize winners, among, together with other opposition members. It is he asked to the court proceedings to be conducted in Belarusian. Okay. It was rejected.
Thank you, Ms. Fotyga.
And that's showing the Russification of Belarus.
Thank you. Okay,
I kindly ask you to support
Thank you, Ms. Fotyga. I give the floor to any colleague who would like to speak against. I see that not to be the case, so I put the request to the vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed, and it is adopted. So therefore, we will have a Commission statement on further repressions against the people of Belarus, in particular the cases of Andrei Poczobut and Ales Bialecki, to be added as the fifth point on Wednesday afternoon before the oral questions. The statement would be wound up with a resolution which would be voted on in March 1. Last request for Wednesday, yes. The Greens Group has requested that the resolution on the oral questions on adequate minimum income ensuring active inclusion be postponed to the March 1 part session. I give the floor to Ms. Sarah Mathieu to move the request on behalf of the Green Group. Ms. Mathieu, go ahead.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, President. As you are all aware, I'm sure there will be a strike on Thursday, and that means that some members will not be able to vote because they want to join the strike, or perhaps they have other travel arrangements. And so, as the rapporteur on minimum income, I would urge you to postpone this vote to March. It's a very important decision when it comes to getting some action done on the eradication of poverty in Europe, and I think it's important that all members that want to vote can be present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mathieu. Does anybody want to speak against? I see that not to be the case, so I put the request to a vote by show of hands. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? It's rejected. The agenda remains unchanged. We can check. Vote is open. Vote is closed, and it is rejected. Agenda remains unchanged. So the agenda is adopted. The order of business is thus established. The next item on the agenda, please, dear colleagues, I ask you to stay in the room. Commission statement on the EU response to the humanitarian situation following the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Have a good afternoon.
So please, everyone, you can have your private discussions outside the plenary hall, because now we are going to have a very important debate on the tragedy that happened in Syria and Turkey a week ago. Hello. Arvoisat kollegat, nyt meillä on aiheena komissio.
So, dear colleagues, our next item is the Commission's statement, EU response to the humanitarian situation following the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. And we'll now talk about this tragedy. Firstly, I do want to give the floor to Janis Lenarčič for the Commission. You have the floor.
Madam President, honourable members, I wish to start by expressing my heartfelt condolences to the people of Turkey and of Syria who have been hit by the devastating earthquake a week ago. Our thoughts are with all those who have lost loved ones, the injured, those who lost their homes, and with the first responders working tirelessly to save lives. Just hours after the earthquake, the European Union mobilized search and rescue teams for Turkey. The European Union Civil Protection Mechanism has offered 32 search and rescue teams and 6 medical teams from 21 EU member states and 3 other European participating states. Our teams arrived quickly and have participated in the rescue effort alongside the Turkish first responders since. Last Thursday, I visited Gaziantep. The scale of destruction is without precedent in recent times. In Turkey alone, more than 13 million people have been affected. Many of them are left homeless in very harsh winter conditions. There is a desperate need for relief materials, including tents and other items, to ensure that people have shelter
and are protected from the cold. That is why I have decided to mobilize RescEU, the EU's own emergency stockpiles. We have sent 500 temporary accommodation units, 2,000 tents, and 8,000 beds to Turkey from these European strategic reserves. In addition, 16 member states have already offered various shelter items to help people in Turkey. We have also allocated an additional €3 million to humanitarian partners to meet the most urgent needs across the affected locations in Turkey. It is crucial that we also help the people of Syria, who have been greatly impacted. And millions of Syrians were already dependent on humanitarian aid before the earthquake, with almost 3 million displaced in northwest Syria alone. Following a request for assistance from the government of Syria, as well as an activation of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism by the World Food Programme, 9 member states so far, as well as 1 participating state, have already offered in-kind assistance. Family tents, sleeping bags, mattresses, beds, food items, winter clothing, and more. We are working to ensure that this assistance can be delivered rapidly and equitably to all people who need assistance. The Commission also allocated an additional €3.5 million in emergency humanitarian funding to help our partners address urgent needs in Syria. They are already providing water and sanitation support, distributing blankets, hot meals, tents, and hygiene items. Emergency assistance is also being mobilized through a deployment of the European humanitarian response capacity. These are strategic stocks of emergency items, among others in Dubai and Brindisi, and they will be delivered to Syrians affected by the earthquake, including winterized tents, heaters, blankets, water, sanitation, hygiene kits, and kitchen sets. We will also offer logistical support to deliver assistance. Honourable members, the European Union is determined to further scale up support in view of this unprecedented catastrophe. Considering the enormous needs, the European Commission and the Swedish Presidency of the Council will host next month a donors' conference in support for the people of Turkey and Syria. This is organized in coordination with the Turkish authorities to mobilize international funds, notably for reconstruction and rehabilitation. I look forward to hearing your views in today's debate. Thank you.
Paljon kiitoksia, komissaari Lenartsis.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. The next speaker is on behalf of the EPP, Mr. Hölveni.
Tisztelt biztos úr, tisztelt képviselőtársaim!
Commissioner, Madam President, members. A week ago, the earth shook, and we have to show our gratitude to all of those who have been fighting and struggling to help those who have been affected by this catastrophe. That is what the Commission is doing, and it's also our responsibility. I'd particularly like to highlight the humanitarian situation in Syria. It's a particularly difficult situation. The aid workers are working under very difficult political and logistical conditions. If they are to do their job, we have to work hard. Following the disaster, I contacted one of the largest aid agencies in the country. I've worked with I've spoken to the Italian humanitarian agencies as well as other NGOs. They all told me that the EU sanctions are an issue, that they present an obstacle to humanitarian work. Without giving up on the political objectives of our sanctions, we need to ensure that all obstacles to reconstruction are removed. The time has now come, Commissioner, to act, and you can count upon the support of my group. Thank you very much.
Paljon kiitos, edustaja Hölveni. Ja sitten Euroopan parlamentin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hölveni. The next speaker on behalf of the S&D is Mr. Nacho Sanchez-Amor. Thank you very much indeed, President. Over the last few years here, we've had many opportunities to level the most justified criticism against the government of Turkey, against the authorities, not against the country, nor against the admirable civil society organizations. Erdogan is not Turkey. What is Turkey? A society, a people, and a people to whom we today direct great empathy, given the scale of devastation, only comparable with what we saw in Haiti in 2010. And the response needs to be on the same scale. There needs to be a domestic response and a European response. The response we've seen from European civil protection mechanisms has met the challenge. Some of them have been extremely moving symbolically. Greece, for example. Now we need to keep that initial momentum, providing support and assistance to allow reconstruction for the future. Turkey is not Haiti. It is a major local player, and it has the capacity to protect its population with the support of European assistance. It should be purely humanitarian assistance, leaving all political considerations aside. Thank you.
Kiitoksia, edustaja Sanchez-Amor. Ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez-Amor. The next speaker is Mr. Asmani on behalf of Renew.
Dear Commissioner Lunacek, dear colleagues, last week, southern Turkey and northern Syria were rocked several times by very strong earthquakes, causing massive devastation of unprecedented magnitude. Even now, a week later, it's difficult to realize the scale of this disaster and human suffering. Last year, I got to know the beautiful cities of Antep and Urfa, very welcoming and energetic people who are working hard, not only for themselves, but also for the many Syrian refugees. And now, so much that they worked for has literally collapsed. It's horrible. People sleep in parks or in tents, still in shock. All their future dreams are gone at once. In these difficult times, Europe must stand up and lend a helping hand. Fortunately, the EU, and I would like also to express my gratitude to Commissioner Lunacek, and also the Member States have responded quickly with emergency aid, which I applaud. But we know that more is needed. We must show our solidarity. More humanitarian aid is now needed, and also for the years to come, to offer perspective to the people in the affected areas. We demand full access to northern Syria immediately. And also we call upon the Turkish authorities that their actions are just and lawful. Blocking Twitter is not a solution. Let's make it clear why Mustafa Kemal's choice for Europe was the right one, by being there for Turkey at its darkest hour. Thank you.
Kiitos, kollega Asmani. Ja sitten vihreiden ja Euroopan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asmani. The next speaker on behalf of the Greens is Mr. Lagodinsky. Please go ahead.
Liebe Freundinnen, liebe Freunde.
Friends, political partners, citizens in Turkey and in northern Syria. party friends from Europe who confided in me that they'd lost many close to them in Turkey. Dear friends in Berlin who told me that you were missing your relatives, and some had escaped simply because they'd taken a smoking break. And there are a further 14 family members missing who were not smokers, which affected their survival. In Golbassi, Kassel, Cologne, Barcelona, Stockholm, all those who are mourning your brothers and sisters, we stand alongside you, we cry with you, but we must act. It's good that the Commission is working with member states to send money and equipment to Turkey and Syria, but I've spoken to people from Turkey and Syria, and they're all calling for one thing: ensure that this aid genuinely gets through to those who need it. Ensure that those who need it can travel into the EU, not after some time and red tape, but immediately for treatment, and give EU money to organisations that are not recognised by the Assad regime. I'm talking about the white helmets in particular. Let's not allow Assad to decide who lives and who dies. This is what we need to do. We need to ensure that humanity is paramount now.
Thank you
very much. On behalf of ID, Mr. Mariani, you have the floor.
Depuis la tragique nuit du... Since the tragic night of the 6th of February, all Europeans are expressing their solidarity with the Turkish and Syrian populations who have been through such a terrible experience. Finally, the governments of Europe have expressed their support for Turkey, and I think that that is correct. We have to remember that the conditions of the people of the north of Syria are desperate. We have to be aware of the situation these people face. We have to enter into any necessary partnership to save human lives. These people were, in many cases, were living on the poverty line before this disaster started. Sanctions are worsening their situation, and now they are costing human lives. These situations are humanely revolting and are unbearable. Even the United States have announced that they will be relaxing their sanctions. So what is Europe going to do? Europe can't continue to make the Syrian people pay for the victory of the Assad regime against the Syrian rebellion. They cannot keep Syria's people in poverty even after this catastrophe. The inhabitants of Aleppo are on the streets again. They are scared that their buildings will fall. The costs of this are going to be huge, but we are doing nothing to relax our sanctions to ensure that humanitarian aid can get through. It's because the financial transfers are not possible because of the sanctions. Aid agencies are telling us this. Let's lift the sanctions in Syria.
Kiitokset edustaja Mariani ja sitten ECR.
Thank you, Mr. Mariani. The next speaker on behalf of the ECR is Beate Kemper.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Commissioner, over 35 deaths, 2.5 million people have been affected by recent earthquakes, and these people are living in very severe winter conditions in Turkey and Syria. Thousands of traumatized children that have become lonely and without parents. So these first aid mechanisms have been triggered in the EU, but we have to go beyond our political divisions, and we need to maximize our humanitarian aid. We need to target the most affected regions, and Polish organizations are already there, both Catholic ones and secular ones, and they have been active in Syria for years. Now they know what is needed, so we should include them in the distribution of aid. And from this very place, I would like to wholeheartedly thank all rescuers from around the world, especially the Polish group of firefighters, Huzar, and rescuers from the Polish mining group. They have rescued many people, and they are working under very difficult conditions. I believe many lives will be saved. Let the good come back to us. Thank you, and you can count on our support.
Kiitoksia kollega Kempa ja sitten
Thank you. The next speaker on behalf of the left group in the European Parliament is Ms. Demirel. You have the floor.
Aus der Türkei und aus
Thank you. My thoughts are with people in Turkey, my friends. Towns are destroyed. The town where I was born, my telephone doesn't stop ringing with news from people in Turkey who are desperate and they don't know where to go. The village where I was in October last year has been destroyed. 80% of it has been destroyed. And I saw how the state authorities are saving bank deposits from the ruins and not people. Our families, our nearest and dearest, are crying for help. And you want to rescue bank deposits? We see a toxic mix of a greed for profit and a corrupt regime which is not responding to this human tragedy. People are disgusted, and I am as well. There is not help arriving in at the most important time. The Erdogan regime seems to believe it more important to keep their grip on power rather than save people, and the response is a justified revulsion in the population, and that's being responded to with repression. Pressure on critical voices is growing, so we need two things: humanitarian and emergency help immediately. Help needs to arrive. At the same time, we need to keep a very close eye on what happens in Turkey over the coming months. Thank you.
kiitokset kollega Demirel ja sitten
Thank you very much, Ms. Demirel. And the next speaker is Kostas Papadakis from the non-attached member.
The blow of the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria combines with a policy that leaves peoples unprotected in favor of profits for business. And this has led to an unspeakable tragedy with thousands of dead and injured. We welcome and salute genuine solidarity of peoples to which participated the Greek Communist Party and our people. We demand that all unacceptable sanctions by the EU, the US and NATO are lifted against Syria so that humanitarian aid can reach the Syrian people who suffers from a multi-annual imperialist intervention. We stress that in seismic countries such as Greece or Italy, for example, governments favor the improvement of energy efficiency that brings profits to constructors and other groups instead of addressing static adequacy through enforcing anti-seismic building regulations. Only peoples can save the people through solidarity and by demanding an adequate earthquake-proof planning, focusing on prevention and against powerful financial interests. Thank you.
kiitokset edustaja Papadakis ja nyt sitten
Thank you very much, Mr. Papadakis. And we now have Manolis Kefalogiannis.
Today, in the European Parliament, it is high time that we took decisions. It is time for humanitarian action. We have to be close, we have to be in solidarity. We can leave aside politics and bow in front of human pain. The Turkish people and the people of Syria are going through unspeakable hardship, a disaster. And we're devastated, we are shocked from the pain suffered in the region. The European Union must go out of its way to provide any and all possible humanitarian aid, to provide relief to the people in the region. Let's send our thoughts and our action. We are on the side of the peoples of Turkey and Syria. Europe of solidarity, Europe of social contribution and empathy should show what we can do to be on the side of the peoples of Syria and Turkey. A delegation of the Greek Parliament must visit these areas. Mr. Chairman of the relevant Friendship Committee, thank you.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Kefalogiannis, and the next speaker is Tonino Piccola.
Madam President, Commissioner, my deepest condolences to the citizens of Turkey and Syria. This is an unprecedented tragedy, enormous sadness. I hope that the survivors will not succumb to despair and will find the force to find their loved ones and pull them out of the rubble. I would like to thank the search and rescue workers from all around the world. I am taking this opportunity to share the experience that Zagreb and Petrinja had with earthquakes in 2020. I would like to thank the institutions of the European Union for the very generous envelope of financial help. Thanks to that, we were able to build a certain number of buildings and deal with the devastating consequences of the earthquake. However, I am afraid that the opportunity for the greatest amount of the money provided by the European Union will be missed because we were not quick enough to act upon it. Thank you.
Kiitos, edustaja Pitsula. Ja sitten edustaja Dasians.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Dacian Cholos.
And its member states to support the people of Turkey and Syria have been speedy and generous, and thank you, Commissioner Lenarčič, for what you have done till now. But we need all actors, international and on the ground, to put aside their differences and work together to ensure continuous and speed access so that humanitarian aid reach all those in need in all affected areas. And this is especially pressing and necessary in northwest Syria, where the humanitarian crisis was already worsening before earthquake. Related to Syria, considering the disaster caused by the earthquake, I think a serious analysis is needed on the possibility of a general humanitarian exception clause that would allow aid to arrive more quickly without waiting for the various approvals that take time. And I call on the authorities in Damascus and all other actors on the ground not to politicize the delivery of humanitarian aid and to engage in good faith with all humanitarian partners and UN agencies to help people, because we need to act now beyond any political differences to help people. Thank you.
Paljon kiitokset kollega Cholos. Ja
Thank you very much, Cholos. And the next speaker is Mr. Capel. There are situations where the health of the population has to be a priority over any other political consideration. The EU says that with regard to migrants. But it's hypocritical when it comes to Syria. The earthquake struck Syria hard, and our thoughts are with the victims and their families in Turkey and Syria who are awaiting help from the international community and the countries of the European Union. We unreservedly support that assistance and the bravery of the French first responders who are on the ground there. The need in Syria is even greater because of the sanctions of the EU and the destruction of the country. So we have to put aside any political considerations, any blind use of sanctions. We have to think of the population of Syria. Our humanitarian assistance needs to be directed at those those people who are suffering. It's a question of honour and humanity. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Lacapelle ja sitten edustaja Anna Fotiga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacapelle. And the next speaker is Anna Fotiga.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Komisarzu.
Madam President, Commissioner, the series of earthquakes last week affected territories that have been witness to humanitarian disasters for years, particularly in Turkey and in Syria. This has caused that this means that an efficient provision of help is so complicated, and despite that, the institutions of the EU and the member states, including my country to a large extent, Poland, have acted really quickly and efficiently. I would like to thank everybody for this action, but most of all, I'd like to say that my thoughts and prayers are with the people in Turkey, in Syria, and in all other affected countries. We need to do what we can, because the scale of destruction and the death toll is incredible, unprecedented, really. And it is very difficult to provide precise numbers. We have to be ready to provide help in the long term. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset kollega Fotiga. Ja sitten seuraava puhuja on...
Thank you, Mrs. Fotiga. The next speaker is Niazi Kizlyurek.
Madam President, I am speechless. I will rather call Voltaire to talk on my part. I quote, "And torn beneath roofs, and they die without relief from the horror of their suffering lives. As the dying voices call out, will you dare respond to this appalling spectacle of smoldering ashes with, this is the necessary effect of eternal laws freely chosen by God? Seeing this mass of victims, will you say, God is avenged where death is the price of their crimes? What crime, what fault had the young committed?" Voltaire wrote these lines in 1775 after the earthquake in Lisbon. By now we know it is not God, not even the nature entirely. It is the human society, bad governance, and zealous for profit. And it can be only healed with solidarity. We must support the victims of this biblical catastrophe in Turkey and Syria, to support the Turkish Cypriot families who lost their beloved ones, who went to Turkey for volleyball match between the schools. Let's help them so that the kids can play volleyball again.
Kiitokset edustaja Kizlyurek.
Thank you, Mr. Kizlyurek. And the next speaker is Kinga Gál.
Elnök asszony, biztos úr, képviselőtársaim.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, members. I think the most difficult thing is the way that history has been dealt with. Yesterday, aid workers from Hungary returned home, and they gave a very moving testimony. So our thoughts go to the families of the victims, the wounded and the homeless. Hungary has sent aid and has sent rescue workers to Turkey and Syria. 167 people were saved by their work in Turkey. But Hungary also provided support in Syria, and together with the Maltese cross workers, we were able to provide rapid humanitarian help. These are human tragedies, but it's also a physical tragedy, a drama. The catastrophe in Syria is truly terrible. The Syrian civilian population has to be supported.
Isabel Santos, olkaa hyvä.
Thank you. Next speaker is Isabel Santos.
Annan siis puheenvuoron nyt ennen rouva Santosia edustaja Janina.
I'm sorry, before Mrs. Santos is Janina Ochieska.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would like to appeal for help for victims in Syria. It is not only for the reasons of logistics, but also for political reasons that it is very difficult, because I would like to quote the testimony of Lizan, who works in Aleppo in one of the organizations. People are afraid that more buildings will collapse. This is why many families sleep outside, in parks, in cars, on the streets, or in the fields. In some cases, there are social shelters and schools, and this is where these displaced people live. Many families live only one room, so you lack privacy, and the rooms are humid and they are very cold. Few people have mattresses or covers, and a lot of them sleep on very cold floors. There is water and there is soap lacking, as well as food or blankets to cover yourself. All parties to the civil war in Syria should allow the humanitarian help, aid, and should give access to it, irrespective of who's in power in the given region.
Paljon kiitos, kollega Ohuiska. Ja nyt Isabel.
Thank you, Mrs. Ohuiska. Isabel Santos, next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Começo por apresentar as minhas.
I'll start by expressing my sympathies to the Turkish and Syrian populations, and I'd like to thank all of the rescue workers and aid workers who are now providing humanitarian assistance on the ground. Well, a disaster never comes on its own. This earthquake comes on top of 12 years of war in Syria, creating a trail of destruction, violence, and extreme poverty behind it. 90% of the population needs humanitarian assistance, so international aid is needed more than ever. We need to re-establish the 2 humanitarian corridors in Syria and expand Bab al-Awa to transport survivors. But this is not enough on its own. This is not going to solve the problem. The problem is political will to intervene rapidly, to mobilize the aid where it's most needed. Humanitarian aid cannot be held hostage by warlords. We cannot abandon those who find themselves in an incredibly vulnerable situation in Syria, whether they're Kurds, Palestinian refugees, or internally displaced persons. It's a question of humanity.
Kiitokset kollega Santos ja sitten Hilde Vaut.
Thank you, Ms. Santos. Hilde Vautmans is the next speaker.
Collega's.
Thank you, Commissioner and colleagues. We've seen the tragic pictures of the Turkish man who didn't want to let go of the hand of his dead daughter, as well as the baby Aya, who was born in the ruins and became an orphan. These are tragic events, and the response required in terms of help is huge. I'd like to thank all of the first responders who have worked in such extremely difficult conditions. Bravo. I'd like to ask you, Commissioner, for all of the families affected, I'd like to ask you to do more. I think from tomorrow we need more shelter available in this area. We cannot close our eyes to the bad policies of the authorities. We need to condemn the actions of Erdogan's government, and we cannot forget Syria. We have to make sure that everybody who needs it receives help. In those areas where we cannot provide assistance, I believe we're creating huge risks for the future. We cannot have political horse trading for this kind of tragedy.
Kiitokset kollega Vautmans ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you, Mrs. Vautmans. The next speaker is Andrei Kovachev.
Благодаря, госпожо председател, господин комисар.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. Nature created huge disaster and showed a huge tragedy. Thousands of people killed in Turkey and Syria. We cannot bring them back to life, but we can help the regions and the people who need this aid most. Turkey is our neighbor and our friend. We should help it. We should help the population in Syria. The number of victims is growing day in and day out. This is a humanitarian disaster on top of the political situation in Syria. I thank all rescue teams. I thank the European Commission. I thank the million Europeans who donate whatever they can every day. This is a ray of hope. Our civilization will be able to overcome disaster. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Kovacev ja sitten edustaja Ilan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovachev. The next speaker is Ilan Debasso.
Fru talman. Madam President, let me start by expressing my deep sympathy for all those who are affected in Turkey and Syria. The devastation is unimaginable. The witness testimonies are harrowing. A few days ago, I heard that the son of a friend of mine had died in this catastrophe. Fikri Ture is just one of tens of thousands of victims, and the rescue work is ongoing day and night. International involvement is going to be decisive. But we can't forget the situation in Syria. The country is scarred by many years of war, and it's particularly hit the civilian population. Aid to Syria is not getting through because the roads are so bad. The buildings have been destroyed by bombs already. The images we're seeing from the region speak very clearly to us. The need out there is enormous. Humanitarian assistance is required if we are to save lives. The Swedish government has the presidency of the EU. I hope it will show real leadership and deal with this catastrophe in a spirit of solidarity and empathy. Thank you very much.
Ja seuraavaksi edustaja Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Debasso, and the next speaker is Nathalie Loiseau.
Lorsqu'un séisme cause la mort de plus de 30 000 personnes.
When an earthquake causes the death of at least 30,000 people, then we should no longer think of Turks, Syrians, Shiites, Sunnis, Alawites, Christians or Kurds, but only of men, women and children to rescue. When an earthquake causes the death of 30,000 people, we are moved by the acts of solidarity transcending conflict. Turkey has received the support of Armenia and Greece despite the weight of history and current tensions. Unfortunately, in Syria, the earthquake is just another misfortune. Only one border crossing is open to the northwest for emergency assistance because the area is not under control of Damascus, supposedly. Fighting goes on even in areas affected by the earthquake. Bashar al-Assad's regime blames international sanctions for the slow speed of aid, even when they never allowed humanitarian assistance. Faced with the scale of the damage and a number of civilians in danger, it's time for the Security Council to call for a complete ceasefire and the unimpeded flow of emergency aid and a UN airlift to Syria. The life of a Syrian child is worth just as much as a child elsewhere in Turkey, and it's time to remember that.
Ja sitten vielä edustaja Evin Insir. Olkaa hyvä. Varsågod.
Thank you, Ms. Insir.
Commissioner, colleagues, my thoughts are with all those affected by the earthquakes. One week has passed since the earthquakes deprived thousands of people in Turkey and Syria, especially in the Kurdish regions, their lives, and millions of people their safety and security. Among them, many of my family members. The force of nature is strong, but let's not fool ourselves that the force of humans hasn't anything to do with the humanitarian catastrophe. For many years, the regimes has looked the other way when refusing to enforce building regulation in those areas that were affected by the earthquakes. For us, with roots in the region, it didn't come as a surprise. It doesn't either come as a surprise that the regimes in Ankara and Damascus have prevented help and aid to reach many of affected areas. Because what is a human life worth when refusing to send and when preventing help to reach people in need and letting more lives extinguish? What is a child life worth when letting them spend days under rubbles? A week has passed for us, but a lifetime has passed for many of those affected. Instead of sending condolences to the regimes in Ankara and Damascus, the EU heads of state should send their condolences to the people affected through ensuring that help and aid reaches them.
Kiitokset, kollega Insir. Ja sitten siirryn.
Thank you, Ms. Insir. And now we move on to Catch the Eye. I'll take all the speakers. Lucas Folos is first.
We are devastated. My condolences to the peoples of Turkey and Syria. Cyprus sends their thoughts. 48 Turkish Cypriots were lost in the rubble, among whom dozens of children. Their pain is our pain. Nature keeps reminding us that we are weak. We need to be strong. We need to act in solidarity to support the areas that suffer. On the other hand, Mr. Erdogan refused the proposal of Cyprus to send assistance because they supposedly do not recognize the Republic of Cyprus. I'm sorry, but in front of human pain, politics should be set aside. Thank you.
Kiitokset. Ja seuraavaksi edustaja Kostas Mavrides.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. The extent of destruction is still hard to grasp. Tens of thousands of lives lost or missing, destruction and mourning. Among the lost, 24 school children, our children, from the Turkish-occupied part of Cyprus with their companions. From the very moment the Republic of Cyprus expressed readiness to contribute a team of rescuers with medical assistance, but the Erdogan regime rejected it for politically motivated reasons. There are many reasons indeed for not trusting Erdogan regime, but indeed Erdogan is not the people of Turkey. The humanitarian relief for the affected areas in Turkey and Syria must involve civil society actors, trade unions, medical associations and other NGOs, away from the dirty hands of inhumane and corrupted autocrats. Mr. Commissioner, after all, solidarity and empathy for the people must prevail because humanity must prevail.
Kiitos, kollega Mavrides. Ja sitten
Thank you, Mr. Mavrides. Barry Andrews is next.
Thank you, Madam President. I also want to express my condolences to the people of Syria and Turkey. I have to take issue with the MEPs who have characterised the slow response as being attributed to the sanctions, repeating the Assad narrative effectively. Yes, there has been a slow response. Yes, we need to have a debate about sanctions, but the two issues are not connected. If there is a slow response, it's because there are too few border crossings and they've been blocked by Russia and China at the bidding of Assad. If the response has been slow, it's because the Assad government has deliberately targeted civilian infrastructure without stopping for a decade. Deliberately. This is not indiscriminate bombing. This is directed at bakeries, at health facilities, at hospitals and at schools. And it's hardly surprising, therefore, that the earthquake has had such a devastating effect. And NGOs are really struggling. Bab al-Hawa itself has been blocked by virtue of the earthquake. All of the roads are blocked as a result of the earthquake. And I have to say a particular word of condolences to an agency. I used to work for Goal, who lost 28 staff over the last week, but I know they will redouble their efforts to try and provide the greatest relief possible. Thank you, Madam President.
Kiitokset kollega Andrews. Ja sitten Anna.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Anna Miranda.
Obrigada, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. We are crying for the lost lives as solidarity goes out to the families of the dead and the injured. Their lives have been destroyed, people have disappeared. We need to ensure that there is shelter, drinking water, food, blankets. Yes, Commissioner, the EU's response has been rapid, and our priority should be to organise shelter in the affected areas. We need to ensure that there is more humanitarian aid. It's absolutely unacceptable that Erdogan is preventing the full deployment of humanitarian aid, using this emergency against the Kurds and repressing the press and the social media. To the people of Turkey, Kurdistan and Syria, we would like to express our sympathies.
Kiitos, edustaja Miranda. Ja sitten...
Thank you, Mrs. Miranda. Maria Sparaki is next.
Thank you. No images, no numbers can describe adequately the tragedy. Well, we are neighbours, and Greece were among the first to reach the site. We sent hundreds of people and thousands of tons of material. Is that enough? Probably not. Surely not. The initiative and the donor conference should be launched immediately to support Syria and Turkey in favor of citizens, irrespective of the Assad regime, without compromises with Erdogan. We owe this to the men, the women and the children in the rubble. Turkey is a candidate country, violating international law, violating Greek airspace, invading and occupying half of Cyprus does not bode well concerning the European perspective of Turkey. We need Turkey to stand up on its both feet. We need to help Turkey, and we need to keep monitoring the process in the next months and years. Thank you.
Edustaja Spyraki, huomautan kuitenkin, että nämä puheenvuorot.
Thank you, Mrs. Spyraki. And now, I'd just like to say that these are 1 minute interventions, so everyone can take the floor. Mr. Willemsen.
There is no words for the suffering the people of Turkey and Syria is living through right now. So many has lost their lives, so many has lost their homes, so many have lost their loved ones. They need our support and solidarity. What is the most heartbreaking to me is that not everyone is getting the help they need. Both Erdogan and Assad is exploiting this crisis. Right now, the Assad regime is blocking humanitarian aid in reaching the Kurdish quarter of Aleppo, where around 70% of the buildings have collapsed. Right now, Erdogan is preventing humanitarian aid in reaching the liberated Kurdish area of northern Syria. EU needs to speak up against the unacceptable actions of Erdogan and Assad. EU must make sure that the aid reaches everyone in need without discrimination. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Willumsen. Ja
Thank you, Mr. Willumsen. And now, Alessandro Moretti.
Eccomi. Grazie, Presidente.
Here I am. Thank you, President. The brutal earthquake that struck Syria and Turkey, causing tens of thousands of victims, is the beginning of an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. Vulnerable people who survived the earthquake have paid the highest price. I'm thinking of women and children. The Commission must support implementation of the identification process and surveying the situation to reunite children with their parents and heighten vigilance on the borders to fight trafficking of and illegal adoption of children. Commissioner, you must call upon the Member States to amend the adoption procedures to help swiftly those children who have lost their families in the wake of the disaster. Moreover, we can already think in terms of setting up humanitarian corridors to facilitate the access to families for these children, which help so much with Chernobyl. Let's do something concrete, ladies and gentlemen.
Edustaja Moretti. Ja sitten seuraavaksi edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Moretti. The next speaker is Jürgis Kutsos.
Thank you, Madam President. The earthquake in Turkey and Syria created great devastation also in regions inhabited by the very important Kurdish minority. We have to make sure that the assistance reaches the Kurds and is not used by the governments of Turkey and Syria to exert additional political pressure on them. We know, for example, that Erdogan would like the percentage of the very important pro-Kurdish party to fall below the 10% threshold, which secures representation in parliament. Our assistance to Turkey and Syria has to be as massive and effective as possible. At the same time, our assistance has to be well-targeted and non-discriminatory. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset kollega Kyrtsos. Ja sitten seuraava.
Thank you, Mr. Kyrtsos. And the next speaker, Matthias Nemitz.
Spoštovani, potres v Turčiji in
Ladies and gentlemen, the earthquake in Turkey and Syria has already become the disaster of the century. It's such a large area that it would stretch from Amsterdam as far as Paris. It's really a human tragedy. Rapid assistance that gets to those affected quickly is therefore vital. And that's why we should praise the fast response of the Member States and the European Mechanism for Civil Protection. Thank you also to the Commissioner and to the rescuers for the coordination. The Civil Protection Mechanism is crucial for responding to crises, of which we've seen so many recently, quickly. We've had flooding, COVID, the earthquake, and that's why I would appeal for an increase in funding for civil protection. We can use the process of revising the MFF to that end. Solidarity is a key value on which Europe is built and by which it could also fall. Let's help because we can and because it's the right thing to do.
Paljon kiitos edustaja Nemets. Ja sitten...
Thank you, Mr. Nemec. Claire Daly is the next speaker.
The horror of tens of thousands dead, the freezing conditions, the cries unanswered because the equipment wasn't there to get them out of the rubble. And bad and all as that is, we know that the deaths that have already occurred are going to be met by many, many more. So rather than clapping ourselves on the back about how great we've been to respond, we should acknowledge that our response is far from adequate, and it pales into insignificance with the amounts that we are sending in to keep the conflict in Ukraine going. And bad enough as our response is to Turkey, our response to Syria has been utterly disastrous. A country abandoned even before the earthquake hit. The UN Syria humanitarian programme last year was only 47% funded. We've left the people of that country die without medical provisions, without food, because of illegal sanctions which are killing people. And the earthquake has finally made people take notice. Aid agencies are screaming for these sanctions to be lifted. UN special rapporteurs have said humanitarian efforts are hampered by sanctions. We've got to lift the sanctions now, or thousands more will die.
Kiitokset edustaja Daly ja seuraavaksi puhuja on Erik.
Thank you, Mrs. Daly. The next speaker, Mr. Markfeld.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Children who will never see their parents again, women who are mourning for their sons, a man holding the hand of his dead daughter. The images that we are seeing before us in the current days are tragic and harrowing. It's hard to even talk about it. And when we look at the aid effort, we have to realise that the EU has tried to react rapidly, and thank you to Commissioner Lenarčič. And let's hope that the donors conference will be successful. But just deciding on money is not the only thing. The aid has to reach people on the ground. And with the closures of borders, we have to avoid the embezzlement of aid, and we have to support small organisations as well, who are often the most able to help. But I can only imagine the situation of the people on the ground. And for those people who have family members in Europe, should rapidly receive visas. If they can be supported by their families until they can get a roof over their heads again, I think that that would be a sign of our strength rather than showing weakness by being afraid of the victims of this catastrophe.
Ja sitten edustaja Maria Grappini.
Maria Grappini will be the next speaker.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, certainly I would pass on my condolences to those families who've lost one, two or more members of their family. I salute the rescue teams, including from my country, that have been there and done their duty. For 100 hours people have worked, but it's not enough. And it's not an issue of politics. I think we need humanity here. We need to be humanists. It's not about politics. We must help the people, the men and women of Turkey and Syria. We're not talking about figures, we're talking about people. We must put that aside, including in Syria, where there are sanctions. We don't want to see higher figures of people who've died. They're in the cold now. They don't have medicines. They've been going for many, many hours since the shocks now, and we must put politics aside and human life first. It's not about left, right or centre. We must act to save people.
Kiitokset kollega Grappini ja sitten edustaja.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Grappini. Mick Wallace will be next.
Thank you very much, President. As the tragedy in Turkey and Syria unfolds, it has brought into stark relief the terrible impact of long-standing EU and US unilateral sanctions and interventions in Syria. The US, Israel and Turkey each illegally occupy different parts of the country, stealing resources, food and fossil fuel that were essential before this crisis and are desperately needed now. The sanctions have systematically deprived Syrians of the possibility to rebuild their war-torn country, and today the sanctions are blocking aid, equipment and essential materials from reaching Syria. The EU should end all sanctions now. We have punished the people of Syria more than enough. UN Special Rapporteur Elena Duhan has called on all sanctioning states to lift sanctions, to open all ways to deliver humanitarian aid, and to ensure that no donor, bank or other actor is punished for humanitarian help to Syrians. It's time to park our geopolitical games and start giving a damn about people.
Kiitokset. Ja sitten vielä puheenvuoro edustaja
Thank you very much. Katrin Langenzieben.
Kollegen, wir sprechen.
President, colleagues, we're saying there shouldn't be any politics involved in the response to this strategy, but obviously this is a political matter. We're talking about Assad, Erdogan and Putin, all of whom have had their influence on Syria, Kurdish Syria and Turkey. Now there is a call to review EU sanctions, stop them, but allow me just to explain, they're not the same as American sanctions. EU sanctions are centred on individuals, Assad's people, and the population doesn't have anything to do with them. After the earthquake, the first thing that was heard was we need to repeal the sanctions. But then people said, no, please don't. Please send assistance. When you get to North Syria, to Idlib, it's essential that any support doesn't go into the pockets of Assad and their people. We need to be very clear about where EU resources are going. It's extremely important, otherwise they'll disappear and go in the wrong direction.
Edustaja Langenzipen ja nyt sitten komissaari Lenarčić.
And now I'll give the floor to Commissioner Lenarčić.
Madam President, honourable members, I said at the beginning, I'll say it again. The European Union is determined to assist the affected populations of Turkey and Syria following the devastating earthquake. And I thank you for the very strong support that I heard from this House for this effort. You also raised several important issues, and I'll try to address some of them now. First of all, the access to northwest Syria. That's really a big challenge. It's a challenge because the United Nations Security Council, on insistence of one permanent member, the Russian Federation, only authorizes one border crossing point as an access point to northwest Syria. And it so happened that following the earthquake, this border crossing point was closed for a couple of days because the access road was damaged in the earthquake. The European Union has always advocated opening additional access points, cross-border and cross-line. The latter, of course, we have noted that only about 2% of the humanitarian aid to northwest of Syria was able to go through cross-line access, meaning from the government control area to non-government control area. So the access from cross-border is not possible to be replaced by cross-line. That's why we believe there should be additional crossing points authorized by the UN Security Council so as to facilitate the access to northwest Syria, where, as you know, almost 3 million people have been displaced for many, many years. Which brings me to the second point, sanctions. Sanctions do not prohibit humanitarian aid to Syria. Sanctions do not prohibit the provision of food, medicines, medical equipment and the like to Syria. Actually, the European Union and its member states have so far provided humanitarian aid for Syrian people since 2011 in the amount of over 27 billion euros. And that includes all areas of Syria, government-controlled and non-government controlled. And we are ready, following this terrible earthquake, to step up this support, and we are already doing so. However, and it is important, and some of you pointed to that, to address the danger of diversion of the humanitarian aid and emergency assistance by the Assad regime. You know the record of this regime? You know the civilian targets that were bombed, hospitals, schools, how entire cities and towns were razed, how chemical weapons were used against civilian population of Syria by the Assad regime. It is the Assad regime that was killing Syrian people, and that's why it got sanctions. And sanctions are not killing Syrian people. I would like to assure you that through the Emergency Response Coordination Center, we will continue to mobilize substantive assistance for the people of both Turkey and Syria through the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. We will place sufficient safeguards in place to ensure that this assistance is not diverted and that it reaches the people who need it. In the same vein, we will continue to support our humanitarian partners on the ground in all parts of Syria, delivering essential aid. And we will deploy additional resources, financial and in-kind, in support of the people affected by the earthquake. In doing all of this, we of course do count on your continued support. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, komissaari, ja tämä keskustelu
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think this debate has really brought out the shock that we all feel and the need for solidarity. I mean, when we see the kind of tragedy that has taken place in Syria and Turkey. Now, colleagues, the next item on today's agenda is the report on the Repower EU chapters in recovery and resilience plans. We've got three rapporteurs, Aida García-Rubial, Siegfried Muresan and Dragos Pislaru. First of all, I will invite Mrs. García-Rubial to take the floor.
Presidenta, señor comisario, hace exactamente.
Thank you very much. It's been exactly a year since Ukraine was invaded, leading to a war with terrible humanitarian, geopolitical and economic consequences. One consequence has been an increase in the prices of food and products for families and businesses. That's had a detrimental impact. But what we've sought to do is put together a plan to reduce the economic impact of the war, reduce energy prices and continue along the path of the green transition. That is the priority of the Repower EU. In order to achieve this, member states are going to have at their disposal existing funding from the Recovery and Resilience Fund and 20 million additional euros to fight against energy poverty and to promote the rollout of green energy as well as improve stockage facilities. Looking at this context, we have to understand that we're in a very different situation and therefore the objectives and needs that we set ourselves in the past are very different to those that we're facing now. So Repower is a new and specific chapter for the mechanism containing special conditions in accordance with this new scenario. For example, and in line with the request from member states, we have negotiated a derogation onto a limited derogation or exemption to the principle of cause no harm, understanding that it is limited because we need to pursue the objectives to prevent climate change. We've also introduced 5 conditions to allow this exemption. They need to be real urgent measures to continue providing electrical supplies. Compensatory measures need to be implemented for the extra carbon emissions, and there should be no danger for the 2030 or 2050 objectives. The negotiations with Council were intensive, but we have managed to introduce a number of changes to the regulation. For example, a retroactivity clause based on the date of the invasion. We've also established a liquidity facility for Member States and the need for greater transparency. Member States will have to provide a list of the 100 major beneficiaries, and we've also established as a priority cross-border projects. At least 30% of repower has to be duly invested. So these projects are also reflected in the last communication of the Commission on how to improve competitiveness. This communication does have a great deal to do with the recovery and resilience plans and the objectives of repower, because we're talking about digital transition, green transition, and they also talk about structural funds, infrastructure programs, and innovation programs. And it is appropriate to analyze all of the existing programs because they can achieve the objectives as set out in this communication, but we must be realistic. These instruments respond to previously existing circumstances. Now, we cannot use the same money 3 times over, so as soon as possible we need also to get down to work in how to achieve the objectives included in this industrial strategy, designing appropriate instruments to adopt the necessary financing and to get a genuine revenue policy going so that we can ensure that the EU can contribute to the success of the European project. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Gardiazabal Rubial.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Gardiazabal Rubial. The next speaker will be Mr. Mureşan.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, we have all seen over the course of the last year, since the illegitimate and illegal invasion by Russian armed forces into Ukraine, we have all seen how important energy independence is. We have seen that dictatorships, that autocrat leaders are not hesitating to use energy as a tool of political weapon against people of Ukraine and also against citizens of the European Union. And now, with the vote that we are giving this week for Repower EU, we show clearly that we have learned from the past. We are going to act together, united, as European Union, to reduce our energy dependency on Russia, to import no more gas, no more coal and no more oil from Russia, all of these together as soon as possible and forever. And we should also learn from mistakes of the past. Never again in the future should we depend on one single country which supplies energy to us, on one single route of transport or of one single energy source. We should diversify our energy consumption. We should import from countries that we can rely on, from countries that are stable, from countries that are democracies, from countries that are partners. And we should produce as much energy as possible within the European Union because we have enough wind, we have enough solar, we have enough water for hydro energy. These are the basic principles of Repower EU. A new €20 billion fund, which the European Commission proposed last year and which the European Parliament has worked on. We have fundamentally improved and amended the proposal of the European Commission so that this fund now can enter into force in a way in which it helps people, enterprises and regions of Europe. 20 billion grants, which will help us to improve our infrastructure, connect ourselves better, which means we can move energy from where we have it to where we need it, reduce our dependency on Russia, become more energy efficient, because the more energy efficient we are, the less energy we need to consume in order to reach our objectives. And the less energy we consume, the smaller the bill for the citizens and for enterprises. We have set clear European rules, but we have also allowed for flexibility so that member states can use the money where they need it. We, as a European Parliament, have managed to obtain, in the negotiations with the Commission and the Council, a 20% pre-financing. That means that all governments of member states will receive a 20% pre-financing at the beginning of the implementation of the program. Now when the situation is difficult, Europe will come and support with 20% pre-financing. We as European Parliament have also imposed that countries that have cross-border projects which would benefit us all shall be obliged to do them. Up to 30% of the money should go into cross-border projects if, of course, countries have such cross-border projects, because we need to help each other. We have seen countries that wanted to reduce their energy dependency on Russia last year, but they could not do it so soon. So we are going to work together, we are going to be together to reduce our energy dependency. And we are going to implement this program in a way in which it helps people on the ground in the regions. We want transparency on EU funds, and we want the involvement of local and regional authorities, because mayors, local and regional leaders know best what the needs of the communities are. To conclude, I would like to thank my two co-rapporteurs, Eider Gardiazabal, Dragoș Păslaru, for an excellent cooperation, but also the rapporteurs of the other sectorial committees, because it was a joint effort. Peter Liese on behalf of the Environment Committee, Dan Nica on behalf of the Industry Research Committee, Peter Jahr from the Agriculture Committee, and Pascal Arimont from the Regional Policy Committee. We all work together to make sure that this money is well spent, reaches people in need very soon. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset edustaja Mureşan, ja sitten esittelijöistä kolmaskin saa puheenvuoron, eli Dragoș Păslaru.
Dragoș Păslaru is the next speaker.
1 year has passed since Putin decided to illegally invade and punish innocent people in Ukraine, and we still cannot recover from the impact his decision had. Fear, insecurity, darkness overshadow our borders, and so much pressure was put on our economy, on our people, when price increased and inflation reached record peaks. And then so many questions started to emerge. How will we heat our homes? How are we going to pay our bills? Will we have enough energy storage at EU level? Will we be able to produce our own energy? But, dear citizens, no winter lasts forever. Every winter has its spring. And this spring it's called Repower EU. Together with my colleagues Siegfried Mureșan and Eider Gardiazabal, we teamed up again and joined our forces from different committees. We took each concern one by one and found answers for them. How do we fight fear? With ambition. Citizens had a tough year, barely managing to buy food and basic goods with the increased prices. And now they have to struggle with high energy bills. We can't let our entrepreneurs, our small business alone. We need sustainable solutions now, not later. And we can do that thanks to Repower EU, this green instrument that delivers no less than 20 billion euros to member states, in addition to the money received through the ERF. Ask your government what energy measures they plan to include in the recovery plans, and make sure you will find how to become more energy efficient, how to diminish your bills. How do we fight insecurity? With secure investments. Our industry is not resilient yet. We need more autonomy and less dependency, and we can achieve that through Repower EU. The Russian gas and fossil fuels were used as a political and economic weapon. We do not need it because we are right now capable of increased storage, of producing our energy. But not at any cost. We need to keep our green ambition, and the investment must respect the do no significant harm principle. We must use the full force of our natural resources, wind, water, sun, to diversify our energy system. Because we need a clean net zero continent for our citizens, especially for our next generations. And on this path towards the green transition, no one must be left behind. Let's use Repower EU to renovate the buildings in which poor people are now freezing cold. Let's help the street corner shops to reduce their energy bills. Let's support our SMEs to work in energy efficient offices. Let's invest in reskilling and upskilling to equip our citizens with green and digital skills. And how do we fight darkness? With transparency. How can politicians be credible in the eyes of our citizens when we cannot show how EU taxpayers' money are spent? And we explained from the Parliament side over and over again that all these billions of euros must be spent by governments with responsibility, clarity and transparency. It was in vain in the RRF negotiations, and after 2 years we still wonder who benefits from the recovery and resilience plans. And now REPowerEU adds more investments in national plans. So we set up a clear requirement. As of now, each government will need to publish the top 100 beneficiaries receiving funding from the recovery plan. In conclusion, ambition, secure investments, transparency, this is, in a nutshell, what REPowerEU proposes. And now we wait to see how governments will use the money. I hope to find in the updated plans innovative, disruptive and concrete measures for Europe's energy system. As Benjamin Franklin used to say, energy and persistence conquer all things. Thank you very much, and not forget, let's repower Europe. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Pislaru ja kollega.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pislaru. Now, Mr. Muresan already mentioned all of the different committees who are involved. The next speaker will be Peter Liese on behalf of the Environment Committee. President, the compromise is an important part of a comprehensive answer to the three major crises we've seen in recent months. The terrible Russian aggressive war, and that through our energy dependency we've continued to finance Russia. That has to end. High energy prices that many companies and citizens are suffering from, and then the climate crisis. This compromise addresses all three of these crises. And I'd like to thank everyone who's helped in putting together the compromise. The colleagues from the Environment Committee had major concerns about intervening in the emissions trading system. But we did that, and it was correct and important because in the short term, that will lead to a release of some pressure on citizens and companies. But we are increasing the ambition in future. So those who face short-term problems, craftsmen, the people trying to buy materials, are going to get some short-term relief. But there will be wind in the sails for greater ambition in future. Thank you very much.
Sitten
ITRE-valiokunnan. Thank you very much, Mr. Liese. And now, on behalf of the Industry Committee, Mr. Dan Nika.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. REPowerEU is the response that the citizens of Europe were expecting. They needed to see greater concern, and this is a first positive signal. Security of energy supplies, ensuring that gas supplies are properly priced and not priced according to speculation. And that we don't see hiccups in supply as we had with the war from Ukraine. And of course we're supporting households with their bills here. And a very big part of the support is from refurbishing houses. We are in the front line in Romania with a border with Ukraine. We're affected very badly economically, socially, and our National Recovery and Resilience Plan is geared up to deal with the consequences of the Ukraine war, which means that we've had to change some of the targets. We've got to look at supporting the Romanian economy and above all Romanians, and this is very important. This means that we've got issues around gas, the situation in Moldova, and we need to ensure that the EU can respond properly to an aggression by Russia in Ukraine. Thank you.
Edustaja Nika. Ja sitten Regi-valiokunnan puolesta kollega Pascal Arimon.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is for Regi Committee, Mr. Arimon.
President, colleagues, there needs to be sufficient energy at accessible prices, sustainably produced. Anybody who can do that will dominate the fight against climate change at the global level, guarantee security to their firms, and keep our energy independence from difficult partners. So every cent that is spent on energy infrastructure is justified, and an acceleration of authorization for renewable sources is also justified. That is the objective of REPowerEU. It recognises that energy infrastructure is the beating heart of our economy. We need to make sure that we are not vulnerable to a heart attack. We need to meet the expectations of our business and business society and our future generations. We have a package of over 90 billion euros to make REPowerEU possible. I'd like to thank everybody involved in this, in the Czech presidency and in the negotiations, for what's been achieved. In a very short period of time, we've taken steps to improve the lives of people in Europe. We set out to do this, and I think we've achieved it. Thank you for your attention.
Kiitokset, kollega Arimon. Ja sitten...
Thank you very much, Mr. Arimon. Now, on behalf of the Agri Committee, Mr. Buda.
President, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in the long term, we're all aware that the EU has to consolidate its energy independence. REPowerEU, thus, is the way in which member states can invest more in energy. The member states have already understood their own responsibility, so that the energy sector occupies a predominant place in the national recovery and resilience plans. REPowerEU is also about combating energy poverty for vulnerable households and SMEs. I welcome the outcome of the negotiations, and I appreciate that the money from agriculture will remain available for the use of farmers. They will do everything that they need to ensure food security in these difficult times for the agricultural sector. Agriculture is an important part of the mechanism ensuring our energy independence and fighting climate change. It's important that in the agricultural sector we have consistent financing to cope with the challenges, including as regards energy. REPowerEU is a strong opportunity for us. Thank you.
Kiitokset edustaja Buda. Nyt olemme kuulleet kaikki esittelijät myöskin lausuntojen osalta ja haluaisin antaa nyt puheenvuoron komission jäsenille. Komissaari Lenarčič, olkaa hyvä.
Now I'll give the floor to Commissioner Lenarčič. Go ahead, please.
Madam President, honourable members, next week will mark the second anniversary of the entry into force of the regulation establishing the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which, as you know, has been our pandemic crisis response tool. Today, the implementation of the facility is in full speed, with a total of over 144 billion euros already disbursed to member states. At the same time, we need to acknowledge that the implementation of the ambitious national recovery resilience plans is taking place in a challenging context, already mentioned by many of you. Russia's unprovoked and unlawful aggression against Ukraine has triggered a massive disruption of the global energy market. It is under these unprecedented circumstances that the REPowerEU was devised with one clear objective: providing affordable, secure and sustainable energy for Europe. Thanks to its focus on the green transition and resilience, the RRF was put at the centre of the Union's coordinated response to the unprecedented energy crisis. In fact, REPowerEU showcases the facility's agility. The Commission would like to thank the honourable members for their enormous work on the proposal to introduce REPowerEU chapters in national recovery and resilience plans. After numerous rounds of intense negotiations, we believe that the compromise agreement strikes the right balance between urgency and ambition. One of the key elements is the increased financial firepower of the facility. In addition to the 225 billion euros of loans available under the RRF, Member States also have access to 20 billion euros of new grants and up to 23 billion of grant transfers from other EU funds. These funds can be used to finance a wide set of measures, such as investments in the critical infrastructure to increase energy security, and reforms speeding up permitting to accelerate the rollout of renewables. Furthermore, the compromise agreement makes sure that no one is left behind, with high energy prices affecting some more than others. The facility can finance measures addressing energy poverty, providing targeted support to vulnerable households and businesses. The compromise agreement also increases transparency via enhanced stakeholder consultations and also, importantly, the obligation to publish information on the 100 largest final recipients of RRF funds. Having data from final recipients was a long-standing demand by the European Parliament, and the Commission is glad that the two co-legislators agreed to have such a list of the 100 largest recipients of the RRF funds published by the Member States. The Commission will use this information on the RRF scoreboard. This will help transparency. Furthermore, as called for by this House, the proposal effectively encourages cross-border and multi-country projects. Since its inception, the Recovery and Resilience Facility has always been more than just a crisis response tool. Its key feature is transforming challenges into opportunities. The RRF already had the foresight to put the green transition at the forefront of the post-pandemic recovery. Now, with targeted amendments introduced by REPowerEU, the facility will also play a key role in accelerating the net zero industrial transition. As outlined in the new Green Deal industrial plan for the net zero age, we need to address the structural challenges affecting the competitiveness of our clean tech sector. This is why the Commission encourages Member States to include in their REPowerEU chapters measures such as one-stop shops for permitting for clean tech projects or tax breaks for businesses undertaking clean tech investments. The facility can also finance investments to equip the workforce with skills necessary for this industrial transition. Together with the Green Deal Industrial Plan, the Commission also published guidance to help Member States access the REPowerEU funds, explaining the process of modifying their plans and the modalities for preparing REPowerEU chapters. In this unprecedented context, the Commission is working hard with the Member States to make the implementation simpler and more efficient. The Recovery and Resilience Facility is built upon one core European value: solidarity. Solidarity in the face of the COVID pandemic, the energy crisis, and the growing global competition in the transition towards a net zero economy. And my colleagues said before, your last vote on the proposal, we are the strongest when we stand together. Thank you.
Kiitokset komissaari Lenarsits. Ja nyt sitten ryhmien puheenvuorot. Euroopan kansanpuolueen EPPn nimissä puheenvuoron saa nyt edustaja José Manuel Fernández. Olkaa hyvä.
Mr. José Manuel Fernández.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. European citizens, European families, European companies are paying extremely high prices because of our excessive energy dependence. Member states have the money to pay for energy efficiency, more renewables, but to have that, we need a real energy union. That means cross-border projects, interconnections, and we're rightly stressing that 35% of REPowerEU should be earmarked for that goal. National selfishness mustn't win out. Protectionism mustn't win. People are talking about energy autonomy, but in the Pyrenees, in France, they don't allow energy through for the construction of a real energy union which will help all citizens of Europe. Congratulations to our rapporteurs. Once again, we are strengthening the recovery and resilience plans. We're giving tools to the member states. Let's hope that they are able to meet these challenges. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandes. And now from the S&D we have Mr. Mavrides.
First of all, congratulations especially to the three rapporteurs. This proposal aims to support member states to become independent from Russian fossil fuel and accelerate the energy transition with access to loans and additional grants under the RRF. It aims also to help them cope with the short-term effects of the energy crisis, bringing down the high energy bills European consumers face because of the war, increasing the energy supply by including natural gas projects and cross-border projects under certain provisions within the necessary energy transition, and also improving our infrastructure. It is also important that member states will be able to receive funding for addressing energy poverty for households and SMEs. There is also a provision that allows member states to adjust their plan in relation with consequences of the war, including inflation. And a final word. Having in mind the continuing high inflation and how this is affecting the living conditions of our citizens and small businesses, we are in need of adequate additional EU funding and also with the revision of economic governance.
Kiitokset edustaja Mavrides ja sitten uudistuva Eurooppa Renew-ryhmän nimissä edustaja Eva-Maria Popčeva. Olkaa hyvä.
Ms. Popčeva.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Commissioner. In Europe, we are making a historic effort right now to achieve our energy autonomy as soon as possible and forever. Never again should a foreign country think that it has the European Union under its thumb. Both REPowerEU and now the Green Deal industrial plan should greatly boost strategic investments in energy. However, the most difficult job remains ahead, getting the funds into the real economy in an effective way. How? First, governments should take advantage of REPowerEU to introduce more effective measures in their recovery plans. They should follow the example of the US Inflation Reduction Act and replace complex calls for subsidies with simple tax reductions. And let's also use the example of REPowerEU for the Green Deal industrial plan by turning state aid into an EU instrument. I propose that the new temporary framework for state aid should incentivize cross-border cooperation between our companies. More companies from different member states involved, larger state aid. But let's face it, more money won't solve Europe's problems unless we learn to use it smartly. Thank you.
Grazie, buonasera colleghe e colleghi.
Good evening, colleagues. Thanks very much. Mr. Berslager is our next speaker.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the EU's reaction to the corona crisis was, in hindsight, quite impressive. It brought us the recovery fund, led to coordinated vaccine production, and ultimately made sure that no EU country fell significantly behind. I'm therefore a big fan of the recovery fund. I'm a fan especially also because it basically conditioned all spending on green and digital investment and made sure that not a single euro would go into projects that harm the environment. But now I have to admit that the recent reaction I don't find that impressive. To diversify from Russian gas, we are now subsidizing private companies with public money to build LNG terminals and gas pipelines. We fought hard to limit these potential spendings in oil and gas, and I asked the member states to make sure that they don't spend any dollar in these industries. I think also if I look now at the newest ideas of state aid, there's again the idea of potentially allowing gas and oil companies to benefit. And I would just repeat once again that innovation and competitive power comes from good institutions and good competition, and not by furthering state or weakening state aid and furthering gas and oil. Thank you very much.
Grazie, ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ms. Jamet for 1 minute, please.
Oui. Ce plan, nous a-t-on dit, avait la...
This plan was supposed to strengthen Europe's strategic independence, allowing Germany to wean itself off Russian gas by 2027. Now we're dependent on US shale gas. the exclusion, the complete exclusion in the plan of nuclear energy, which is cheap and useful, would have allowed us to re-industrialise in Europe, which is a vital element in our independence and our competitiveness, particularly when it comes to the United States. The US is being charged up by the Biden plan, which people don't seem to have noticed, including Mr. Weber. The left is calling on Chancellor Scholz to do something, and of course you've got the centrist president, Ms von der Leyen, in the European Commission. Every single one of these people are willing to sell us down the river because all of these blunders, all of these mistakes that have been made, these crazy decisions, who is actually being punished for them? Who's paying the price? Of course, it's our fellow Europeans, the youngest ones, the ones in the most vulnerable situations, the eldest, and everybody else. And of course, they're not thanking you for it.
Grazie. Ora facoltà.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Van Overtveld for 1.5 minutes, please.
Collega's, commissaris.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, our dependence on cheap energy from Russia has taught us an expensive geopolitical lesson. We have to have a strategic long-term vision that is future-proofed. The continuing electrification and increasing use of hydrogen will provide us with additional challenges, in fact. We need to have a sustainable transition, but without a prominent role for nuclear energy, that will be condemned to failure. Sooner or later, we'll have to take that seriously. When it comes to both financing and the allocation of Repower EU, I can see a number of pitfalls which will lead to the fragmentation of both policies and resources. The objective is, when it comes to provision of energy, that we need to be less dependent. We need to provide sustainable alternatives and need to expand robust internal networks. Let's not deviate from those goals. As with the RRF, I think we should have fundamental checks on the use of resources. Respectable institutions such as OLAF, Europol, and the European Court of Auditors have already sounded the alarm. And this is all coming at a time when the EU budget is already under severe pressure. And in these conditions, 2/3 of the EU budget is untouchable and is not something we're even allowed to talk about. And that should no longer be defensible. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Vice President Papadimoulis is our next speaker. Go ahead, sir. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Recovery Fund is a step forward, and Repower EU can also make an essential step to European independence. We have included some of my group's positions in this new document, but the drawback is that we're still paying for the consequences of the energy crisis caused by the war with the money which we'd earmarked for tackling the pandemic. And it's not enough, because we need to try to sort out the energy crisis and things like social inequality. We need new money, fresh money. We need a common European response. As Mr. Lennertz is proposing, Mr. Gentiloni, it wasn't part of the Commission plan in the end. We need to deal with these important issues, and the position of the Parliament is that these new goals, these new requirements, need to be financed with extra money, not with recycling old money. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Grazie.
Thank you, says the President. Ms. Giori has the floor now for 1 minute, please.
Colleagues, the Council at long last has now approved the Hungarian Recovery and Resilience Plan. So that is a huge milestone as far as we're concerned. When it comes to Repower EU, there is a government decision whereby the electricity grid should be established. We are delighted that the Commission has come forward with fresh money, because for rebuilding we don't just need renewed will and good rules, but we need to make sure that our partners stick to their promises. Gentiloni and Lavskowskis made a promise to us last week, and we very much hope that they will keep that promise and they will not put in place any new conditions. I hope that at long last the money will flow to us, and that way we can iron out differences between the countries.
Ms. Benjamin. Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, there's no doubt that repower as part of the recovery fund is very good news, because we're coming up with solutions to genuine problems caused by Russia's illegal invasion of the Ukraine, and trying to sort out the serious inflation rises and the problems caused by high energy prices for European families as well as European business. But this can only be the start of Europe's response. We can't pat ourselves on the back for a programme which hasn't allowed us to measure its impact yet. The responsibility of the Parliament and of the Commission doesn't end by adopting, which I hope will happen tomorrow, of this. We need to be able to tell Europeans how this money was spent and guarantee that it was spent wisely, and guarantee that the requisite reforms which were built into the original design of the programme are going to be carried out. So I would call on the Commission that as soon as this starts, the most important thing is to guarantee that each cent is actually used for the purposes for which it was earmarked, making Europe more competitive and coming up with more competitive companies. And even more important, we've got a huge responsibility with future generations whom this money is designed to benefit. So tomorrow the Commission's responsibility will begin, a responsibility to make sure that working with local authorities and companies that we're able to make sure that these funds are spent as they're supposed to be spent. Thank you. Thank you, says the President. Mr. Heinäluoma is our next speaker. 1 minute.
President, Russia has started a war of aggression against Ukraine, and this gives us all reason to cut off energy imports from Russia. Now, the Repower EU project is extremely important here. It will enable a transition to renewable energy sources, to zero-emission energy sources very quickly, and this is very important for the security and the climate as well as our environment. They are all joined in this task. These new funds are very important, as well as the new funds, and direct them so that we can rid us of dependence of Russian fossil energy. This also supports Ukraine, and it is also important that we do this in a very wise way. We see to it that we have transparency, and transparency is increased so that our citizens can see where their tax money goes. We can support all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jon Courtin is our next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, Repower EU, well, behind this new abbreviation is the end of our dependence that Europe has on others' energy. So we need to have this new departure to adapt our recovery and resilience funds to deal with the current crisis. We need to make sure we give the tools to the member states to deal with this winter. The war is at the gates of Europe, and we know that we have to reduce our dependence on Russian fuel, but not at any cost. We have to make sure that we take advantage of the green transition to meet our goals, to make our continent more sustainable. We owe it to the next generation. And thanks to the inclusion of the Repower EU chapters in the national recovery and resilience plans, we are putting in the hands of the governments the additional tools to improve energy efficiency, the development of renewable energies, and to fight against energy poverty. We are putting in place the conditions to make sure that no family, no company will be short of energy on European territory for this coming winter and beyond.
Grazie.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Urtasun. 1 minute, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much indeed. Repower EU was a badly needed programme in order to secure energy independence. Unfortunately, however, we as Greens in Europe cannot countenance the principle whereby we derogate from our responsibilities towards the environment, and that is why we are proud that we have managed to have this in-depth debate, and we have to look at what is exclusively an emergency. It would be a real mistake to treat this fund as though fossil fuels and nuclear would somehow be eligible. That's certainly not possible under the aegis of Repower EU. We say that because it would be a huge mistake to try and use an energy emergency and to derogate from our responsibilities in terms of the climate emergency. A great deal remains to be done. Certainly, we need to move towards energy independence, but at the same time, we have to respect our environmental commitment. It's absolutely crucial. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Zronka is our next speaker.
Thank you very much. This is a very much awaited answer for energy crisis. We as ECR, we will probably abstain during voting because we cannot support this suggestion, this proposal, because for us the condition to support this is to be able to finance investment from grants when it comes to gas. But the proposal here is different. In our geopolitical situation, the proposal to finance it from loans is not effective for us. And I'm also very skeptical when it comes to the fact that Repower EU should be financed from ETS. I think it will be negative for those member states who have money from selling the certificates to change their energy system. So, taking into consideration the fact that Poland may benefit from it, but not fully, I think we will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Guzmán was the next speaker for 1 minute, please. Thank you, Madam President. Repower EU is just another example of a European idea which says it's going to do something and actually does something quite different. It's used to divert funds from the Recovery and Resilience Fund to goals diametrically opposed to that which the RRF was supposed to achieve. It's whitewashing nuclear energy and natural gas, which are now being presented as green types of energy, which wasn't as part of the plan as the crisis response. So, at a time when the fossil industry's profits are extraordinarily high, we're actually backing them now with community money as well. There's more hypocrisy than ever before in the Commission's promises about a green energy transition and a fair transition. Who do you think you're fooling? Citizens are less and less deceived by what you're doing, and people are fed up with it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Delhi, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Now, these economic recovery programs need to be accelerated because the Resilience Fund was brought in to try and mitigate the effects of the pandemic. Now, the pandemic is behind us, but the full amounts have not yet been paid out, and the prospects are not particularly rosy. Now, Repower EU, of course, is connected to the Recovery and Resilience plans and are designed to break our huge energy dependency. The Repower EU programme, however, is still in the planning phase because the Commission has therefore to evaluate and pay out rapidly in order to help Member States to withstand the effects of sanctions. So it's important that the Commission pay out the money quickly and not use it as a means of exerting political pressure in the way it is done in the case of Poland and Hungary. Now, we have managed to reduce our dependency in recent years.
Thank you. Ms. Asimakopoulou for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. The evolution of the Recovery and Resilience Facility perfectly represents what some refer to today as the age of permacrisis. It was established to tackle problems caused by the pandemic. Now we're retrofitting it in order to tackle the energy crisis. As we now face the next challenge in Europe, the challenge of competitiveness, some have suggested an EU sovereignty fund. But maybe we should be looking again at the RRF for a solution. We have a skills gap, we suffer from strategic dependencies, and we're a heavily regulated jurisdiction compared to other parts of the world. And the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States has added further pressure. But relaxation of state aid rules alone will be insufficient and unfair to members with less available fiscal space. So if we can't agree on new funding immediately, we will need to repurpose the RRF, as suggested by the Greek Minister of Finance, Christos Staikouras, and a viable option could be the conversion of some RRF loans into grants. This Greek proposal can contribute substantially to finding a viable and practical solution to Europe's competitiveness crunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shahim. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first start by congratulating the rapporteurs, because I know it wasn't that easy. They were very tough negotiations. So from this place, Madam Gardiazabal Rubial, congratulations, Mr. Mourassan and Pizarro. It's very important to see people coming from political groups and really working hard to make a piece of legislation that really could get us to the next step. Because repower is not only our response to the energy crisis, but also creates a clear framework to enable clean tech, build our needed infrastructure and improve interconnectivity. It is built on strong financing, and the direction is clear towards climate neutrality and improve autonomy, a shift away from Russian gas towards renewables. It is important that we continue on our part, because we are on the right path. Deviation will only cause delays and will not help us decrease prices. We need to make energy clean and affordable. Repower is an essential milestone for our green transition. It will help us shape the future of our energy system and create opportunities for greening our industry, making it more competitive. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Facoltà ora di intervenire l'onorevole. Thank you. Ms. Wiesner is our next speaker, please.
250 million tonnes of carbon dioxide. Ladies and gentlemen, when we're voting on this energy crisis package and how we're going to finance this, we can be extremely proud. We stood up against the package from the Commission that was inimical to the environment and would have increased our footprint by 250 million tonnes. At this particular time, where we're facing a climate crisis and an energy crisis, emissions to resolve this crisis are going up. That would have just been peeing in your own trousers. It's all well and good in the in the short term. It feels quite comfortable. In the longer term, it's a mistake. So we in the Centre Party refuse to accept these negotiations. We've managed to redirect it, and in this final agreement that we're going to vote on, the energy crisis is going to be dealt with without a massive increase in emissions, and we should be proud of that. We in the Centre Party and the Liberal Group will be voting in favour of this proposal, which finally gives us an opportunity to phase out Russian gas without giving up on our important climate goals. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Kuzmiuk.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Unfortunately, only the aggression of Russia against Ukraine showed us how bad our policy of becoming dependent from Russian gas was on the part of Germany and also European Commission. So it is good that after the aggression, we have this program, Repower EU. It was presented and it was written in the national plans. But I want to say that my country, Poland, has been following this policy of becoming independent from Russia's gas, of Russia's energy. We built a pipeline in our ports. We are importing from Norway. We are connecting with Slovakia. We are independent already now. 7 years ago, we were 100% dependent on Russian oil. Now, over 90% is coming from other countries. So it is high time, Commissioner, for this huge effort of Poland to be seen and appreciated by the Commission. And at the very end, 2 remarks for Repower EU. First of all, well, huge amount of financing from ETS. This will be very negative from the poorer countries because they are using the money for the climate policy. And secondly, lack of derogation from no harm principle. So this makes it impossible to use it for technical infrastructure, which is so necessary to diversify our energy income.
Thank you very much. And now, Ms. Vincig.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, war, inflation, and an extremely volatile energy market are forcing us to up the pace of the rollout of renewable energies. Our fellow citizens, as well as companies, need the European Union to wean itself off energy supplies from third countries, as well as from fossil fuels. The Repower EU programme is the right answer. The trilogue agreement is designed to make sure that all EU member states tailor their recovery programmes to the current circumstances. This is important because spiralling energy bills do harm not only to ordinary people but also to European competitiveness. This agreement in the trilogue will now have to be followed up with deeds, and the resources will have to be made available to member states quickly so that they can build up their infrastructure and invest in R&D, but particularly support those who most need it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, Ms. Marques.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, Russia's invasion of the Ukraine means we have to support the Ukraine, but it also means we adopt measures to limit the consequences in terms of economic and energy terms in the EU. We need to deal with energy poverty. They're two sides of the same coin. Repower EU is something which is going to help citizens and companies when it comes to energy. We need to build European energy autonomy and promote and consolidate internal energy market. I totally back the idea of cross-border projects and improving cross-border link-ups. Dialing down the use of fossil energy and replacing it with the use of renewables will help transform the energy sector in Europe and add to our autonomy. Other policies will work in concert with this, and the important thing is it's financed as part of the whole cohesion package as well. I'd like to thank Siegfried Mureșan and Dragos Pislaru, the co-rapporteurs on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Pekkarinen.
EUn tärkeimmät tavoitteet ovat varmasti.
The most important goals of the EU, I'm sure, are to cut off the dependency from Russia in energy questions and to promote renewables. The most important tool to do this is to promote bioenergy in this respect. This is, however, not mentioned directly in the report, even though almost all other sources are mentioned in an equal way. It talks about non-biological raw material and that being supported when it's used for the production of hydrogen. I, however, interpret this so that according to Article 21C, this will cover bioenergy as well, because this article says that there is a will to promote renewable energy. I hope that the Commission interprets this passage in the same way.
Commissioner, colleagues, the recovery and resilience mechanism is the only way that the EU can face up to the challenges of today, energy and global challenges as well. But we must make sure that this mechanism is in line with real needs of each member state and that all the funds available are used. I'm glad to see that the three rapporteurs and the Socialists and Democrats agreed on one amendment that we put forward, which will allow for an easier adjustment of national recovery plans. If a member state can demonstrate that the war in Ukraine or the financial flows that are being affected by global issues may require a change of this plan, this is more easily done. We need such a plan in order to fight energy poverty, to help SMEs, and to prepare for the future. I'd like to thank all MEPs for what we were able to achieve here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we move on to Catch the Eye. Mr. Scratini, please go ahead.
Doamna președintă, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, any crisis, any transition costs the poorest the most, the poorest citizens and the SMEs. The fact that we have
Europe este foarte bine. Problema este să vedem cum îi cheltuim să ajungă acolo.
Now the problem is how we spend the money and how we make sure that the money is spent properly. And I am glad that this amendment was introduced so that the recovery plans can be amended if duly justified, because conditions have changed and we have all interest to spend efficiently every euro from this program. I think it is also good that this regulation also provides for the list of the most important 100 beneficiaries of these funds. In the Budget Control Committee, we asked to know all the beneficiaries of all EU funds, but it is an important step forward. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you. And now Mr. Wallace.
Mr. President, the idea that we should exempt new oil and gas infrastructure from the do no significant harm principle seems madness. As much as 60 billion of the funds earmarked for COVID recovery could now be used to fund new fossil fuel infrastructure. Over 40 LNG terminal or gas pipeline developments have been identified which could now be partly funded with the diverted COVID recovery money. These will do nothing to help security of supply this winter or next winter. We are throwing money and contracts at fracking in the US and making export attractive in Nigeria and Qatar. What will happen then? In 10 years, it will be 2033, by which time we should have considerably reduced our gas demand. Yet, we'll still have these contracts with our LNG companies. Instead of genuinely empowering the EU, Repower EU is further fuelling the EU's dependence on imported fossil fuels. Are we learning anything from this?
Bene, passiamo ora agli...
And now, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Lenarčič.
Madam President, honourable members, thank you very much for this debate. In view of the pressing consequences of the current energy crisis, the Repower EU chapters will be a key tool allowing member states to devise very concrete and much-needed reforms and investments. These measures will be vital to ensure the long-term security, sustainability and resilience of the EU energy system. As discussed in detail today, the new regulation on Repower EU chapters will enable to do just that, providing additional funding to reach these goals together. In a general climate of growing competition at the global scale, the Repower EU can also make an important contribution to our transition towards a net zero EU industry and support an even faster transition to climate neutrality. A swift adoption and entry into force of this regulation will send a powerful signal in this regard, showcasing the ability of the Union to act together in an effective and concerted manner in the face of new challenges. Let me thank you once more for your intense work on this file and reassure you about the continuous commitment of the Commission to keep the Parliament duly informed about the progress of the facility. We look forward to tomorrow's vote as a further demonstration of this Parliament's continued support for a comprehensive economic and social recovery from the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you.
Passiamo ora ai relatori.
Thank you very much. And now to the rapporteurs and Ms. García Zapal.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, President, and thank you very much to each and every one of you for this debate. And I want to take this opportunity, the final few minutes, to once again thank all the co-rapporteurs for everything we did together and the way in which we all cooperated on the Repower negotiations. A year or so ago, we decided to pull together and present a united front in European policy, and that is something that we are now rounding off with the Repower EU debate, and I very much hope that the groups will reflect our agreement by voting as a majority in favour of the proposal. But there are many challenges ahead, and certainly the European Commission set out a political and industrial strategy which needs to be funded, and unfortunately we're not necessarily going to be able to count on money from the Recovery and Resilience programmes and the Repower EU programme because, of course, they are there to meet different objectives. So it's up to the Commission and to the Parliament to come up with new tools and new funding mechanisms in order to leverage a powerful strategy and tool to enable industry in the EU to meet future challenges. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And now, Mr. Muresan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for this positive debate. We have shown tonight that the European Parliament is united in applying a Repower EU. 20 billion euros, fresh money, coming from European Union to the people of Europe so that people can easier face the difficulties that we all encounter nowadays. High energy bills, energy securities, the problems of the past, the problems of the last year should not be the problems of the future. We're going to spend these European funds well to make sure that we reduce our dependency on Russian energy, to make sure that we become more energy efficient, to make sure that we connect ourselves better so that we can use primarily the energy that we have here in the European Union. Never again in the future we should become dependent on one country, one source of energy, one route of transport, particularly when this implies regimes, countries that we cannot trust. Thank you very much, colleagues, for the fruitful cooperation. I'm looking forward to the vote which will take place this week. We are confident that a big majority will give a strong message from the European Parliament to the people of Europe. I would like to thank also the European Commission and also the Czech Council Presidency for having worked with us. Money is coming to the people of Europe. They will feel it soon. What will be important is for us to also spend these amounts well. Repower EU, like also the Recovery and Resilience Facility, is a plan for investments, but it is also a plan for reform. We will help those in need, but we should also make sure that we use this opportunity to modernize our economies, our public systems, to make them stronger, more resilient, more digital, to put them in a better position to help the citizens and to face crisis in the future. Thank you for all your support. We're looking forward to the implementation of this plan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pislaru.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues. Our present will be history for the upcoming generations, and we are entirely responsible for how we write this chapter in our history. Together with my colleagues, Siegfried Mureșan and Aider Gardiazabal, we chose to do something for citizens. People in all areas of Europe need insulated homes so they don't feel the cold. People everywhere in Europe need support for energy efficiency, for renovating their homes, for new installations, so that they can pay less for the energy they consume. They need solar panels so as to not be dependent on expensive energy. And bakers around the corner, they also need heat pumps or solar panels. Many SMEs want proper insulated buildings so that their employees can work in proper conditions. We need to look to disadvantaged areas and vulnerable people who will maybe take up the jobs of the future. These are real needs, and we need European money for them. Repower EU provides an opportunity for this, but it also brings responsibility. The governments should respect all the commitments for reform they took through these national plans. We need strong investments, we need new investments. We shouldn't waste any more time. Romania has at least 1.4 billion euros in order to increase the energy efficiency of its households and SMEs. Ask your government, how will the government spend the money through Repower EU? Ask to be consulted when it comes to the measures adopted and make sure that the money reaches the people who actually need it. Let's bring green energy.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the rapporteurs and thank you to all of those who took part in the debate. The debate is closed. The vote will be held tomorrow. The next item of business is a joint debate on the electoral rights of mobile union citizens. This is a report by Mr. Berzer-Lager and the electoral rights of mobile union citizens, and a report by Mr. Brzezinski, the electoral rights of mobile union citizens in municipal elections. So we will start our debate with the rapporteur, Mr. Berzer-Lager. Please go ahead.
Thank you. President Zelensky reminded us last week what it means to be European. Europe is the ideal of diversity, the rule of law, social justice, and above all, peace and democracy. A democracy that, for example, just in the previous debate, we can see where we are fighting for our political ideals rather than just for national interests, at least in principle. But our democracy has left some space for improvement. Over the last 40 years, we didn't really update the foundations of how we vote, and over the last 15 years, we didn't update the functioning of the European Union as such. Why? Because our national leaders don't seem to care too much. If you look at it, last year we triggered the treaty changes and there was no real effect yet until now. No national leader really reacted. We triggered electoral law reforms and again, nothing. When we look at the right of initiative, there's also no improvement from the Council side, the same for the right of inquiry. But we should really safeguard our democracy, and so I'm happy that at least on this side, when we now look at the rights of mobile citizens, so of those citizens that move from one member state to the next, we do see some improvement, and I do want to thank the shadows for the good cooperation in trying to strengthen their rights. What have we achieved in this report? We propose to the Council to allow for immediate registration so that whenever you come to a new country, you don't leave your rights as a citizen of the European Union at the borders, but you can actually take them with you and exercise them easily. We want to make it more accessible to vote, so that means that we want to make information available in all languages. We want to make it easier for vulnerable and marginalized groups to vote. We want to make it easier for even people with disabilities, older persons, homeless people to cast their vote. It's also important that we take note of what works well in different member states, and so we also recommend to update electoral laws when it comes to postal voting, advanced physical voting, proxy voting, mobile polling stations, and also electronic and online voting to make use of modern technologies. We do believe that it should be possible for everyone without derogation to stand as a candidate, as an EU citizen in the different member states. And it's now, I think, imperative that we stand together and try to put pressure on the national leaders to actually implement these rights. Because if you look at it, from the 11 million EU citizens who live in different countries right now, only a very marginal part actually stands as candidates. There's a low voting or the voters turnout as well, but it's really striking that only over 1% in the 2019 elections of the candidates were actually coming from a different member state. We can do so much more. We can be a real transnational, pan-European democracy, but for that, dear colleagues, we really need to make sure that our strong results that we got in our negotiations are also implemented by the Council, and that we do get treaty change, and that we do get an update of our electoral law in general. Thank you very much.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Brudzinski.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much, President, ladies and gentlemen. Our treaties provide that any citizen may move to another EU member state whose citizen such a person is not, and then such a person has the right to participate in elections. Therefore, Commission has suggested some changes, and in my proposal I have focused on some minor modifications. Here I want to thank all the other co-rapporteurs for many and interesting amendments. First and foremost, I want to mention mechanisms and options for persons with disabilities. I'm talking about the Braille alphabet, huge fonts, or the use of the sign language. Also, member states will be obligated to designate relevant bodies that will inform citizens of the rules for participating or standing in elections. The Commission has undertaken to develop common indicators which will allow us to ascertain whether the newly adopted regulations are working well. The new rules should provide for maximum equality between member states based upon the currently binding treaty obligations, without the necessity of additional expenditure from member state budgets. Also, I am in favor of the scope of a recast suggested by the Commission. However, there are some items which do not allow me to fully support the draft document. For instance, the obligation to provide full translation of all documents. From the initial draft, it could not be concluded this would be much of a burden, but that is not the case now. And now present derogations are to be removed, namely some countries, Austria, Belgium, Estonia, the Czech Republic, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland or Slovenia, would need to introduce far-reaching changes to their legal systems to allow other member state citizens to run for mayors, for instance, which now is not possible. We see in this document some unacceptable solutions or proposals, which means I will not be able to support this document. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the Commission, Vice President Jourova.
Madam President, honourable members, the Commission strongly supports the Parliament's efforts on updating the rules on the electoral rights of mobile union citizens. The rapporteurs have made impressive progress on these files. The Commission believes there is still a window of opportunity to have these new rules enacted before the next 2024 European Parliament elections, but this window will close soon. Union-level measures are needed to enhance democratic participation of mobile EU citizens. This group of citizens has grown steadily in the last 10 years, reaching 13.7 million citizens. Yet, Union citizens still face obstacles in exercising their right to vote and stand as a candidate in other member states, such as low information levels and burdensome registration formalities. The Commission proposed changes to make it easier for mobile EU citizens to vote and stand in local and European elections without changing the overall balance of rights and competencies involved in this area. Our proposals draw upon extensive consultations and respond to input received in the framework of the European Cooperation Network on Elections and the Expert Group on Electoral Matters. Information is key for the effective exercise of electoral rights. These proposals will introduce increased responsibilities for Member States to proactively inform mobile EU citizens about their electoral rights in clear and plain language, which is accessible also to persons with disabilities. Voter and candidate registration procedures will be streamlined by introducing standardized templates for the formal declarations that mobile union citizens have to produce when registering. These declarations will include additional data allowing Member States to accurately identify the mobile union citizens and keep them apprised of their registration status and their rights and obligations. The Commission's proposals also ensure that mobile union citizens are granted access to the same means of voting and remedies as available to nationals. In the case of European elections, Member States will have to exchange a common data set to identify voters registered on electoral rolls of both Member State, of residence and of nationality. This will reinforce the data exchange mechanism and contribute to the prevention of double voting by mobile union citizens, an unfair activity that unfortunately happened in the past. We will also collect relevant statistical data on electoral participation of mobile union citizens and a summary of the measures taken to support it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, Vice President. And now our next speaker is Mr. Ruiz de Veza.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta Picerno. Gracias también a la...
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed to the rapporteurs for their presentation. I think one of the most interesting innovations of the Maastricht Treaty was the notion of European citizenship, including the right to both stand for and vote in European elections and municipal elections. More than 13 million EU citizens live in other member states of the European Union, and that is why it is absolutely crucial that these people are able to fully exercise their right not only to vote but also to stand as candidates for election both to the European Parliament as well as to local government. These citizens have, however, to jump through various bureaucratic hoops, and there are also obstacles to people with disabilities. And it's time now to bring down these barriers. And that is why we believe we should welcome this report, but it pursues three objectives. First of all, we should have more and better information about elections in official languages which they can understand, and we must also make sure that we meet the needs of more vulnerable groups and make sure that these rights are accessible to people with disabilities as well as to older people and homeless people, and guarantee these rights across all member states of the European Union, including postal voting. Thank you very much indeed. And now for 1 minute, Mr. Mituta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have more than 13 million mobile citizens in the European Union, out of whom 1/3 come from my country, Romania. All these people can also be ambassadors of the European Union because they are the ones that benefit the most directly from the benefits of European citizenship. Unfortunately, only 1/3 of them are aware of their right to vote or stand as candidates in local elections or European elections. This has to change. We have to inform better mobile citizens about their rights already when they register their residence and before every election. We have to remove all administrative obstacles and discriminations that still persist. And we have to lower the voting age down to 16 in order to give a chance to youngsters to participate in the democratic life of the European Union. This is the only way we can enhance European democracy and the common spirit of belonging. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora fa facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Rangel.
Grazie, Presidente. A livre circulação das pessoas.
Free movement of individuals in the European Union is unquestionably one of the greatest achievements for European citizenship, and it also means that European citizens who live in another member state should be able to participate in European elections, which is obviously vitally important for European citizenship, but also in local elections, joining in the life of their local community and making certain that everybody who enjoys European citizenship is able to take part, either to stand as a candidate or simply cast their vote in the local elections as well as European elections. This reform is precisely aimed at increasing and improving access, making access easier for European citizens to this right to vote. It's basically an attempt to deal with registration, access to information in a language that you're able to understand, whether you're a candidate or just a voter. It also helps those citizens who have some disability to be able to exercise their rights more easily. Whatever electoral system, whatever kind of electoral law there is at European or local or national level, European citizens need to have a full right to take part both as candidates and voters in European elections. Thank you. Ms. Bischoff is our next speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Rangel.
Thank you, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. We've just heard that we now have a small window before the European elections where we can act and make sure that we ensure that the 11 million citizens of the Union who live, love in another member state of the European Union will be able to vote. It's an important piece of progress, but we still see obstacles, be they linguistic in nature or be they obstacles in terms of red tape, which make it very difficult for people who may work somewhere but is not familiar with the bureaucracy to be able to avail themselves of their rights. And that's why it is correct that we make a push now to try and make sure that democracy is bolstered for European citizens, because the fundamental right of taking part in elections is something that signals this is my home, I want to contribute, I want to help decide who represents me in the European Parliament. So I think there's a clear need to act.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Daum.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, colleagues, I would also like other colleagues, to stand here and talk about all the good points that we have agreed on, like requiring electoral information to be available in more languages, asking more countries to automatically enlist new residents as voters, and removing old and useless derogations. But I also have to remind you of hundreds of thousands of Europeans who are left behind. Hundreds of thousands of stateless people in the Baltics do not have the right to vote in national and European elections. The non-citizens in Latvia do not have the right to vote even in local elections. And I'm speaking about the people who were born and raised in this country. In this House, we pride ourselves on the democratic mandate we get from Europeans. We say again and again how much we believe in democratic participation, yet our ambition with these voting rights paint a different picture. I hope that the next time we review these rules, we ensure that everyone permanently residing in Europe, everywhere in Europe, is entitled to vote. And I very much hope that we would not wait another 28 years for that. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora facoltà di intervenire.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Alfonsi for 1 minute, please.
Madame la Commissaire, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Commissioner, Madam President, this right, a report on the rights of European citizens to take part in municipal elections is something which will serve to bolster European democracy and will strengthen the rights of EU citizens living outside their countries of origin. So it will facilitate democratic life in general, make it easier for people to become involved in democratic life wherever they live via municipal elections. It is designed to facilitate direct access to local democracy, either as a voter or as a candidate, making sure that people are better informed and therefore more involved. All host countries should improve the information that is provided to people in their own language as well as in regional languages, and also make it possible for them to take part in the democratic debates which also belong to them. We should try and lift all restrictions. It is up to all citizens to make sure that they have a sense of belonging within the European Union wherever they live. And that is why we call on the Council to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Chagnon for 1 minute, please.
Madame la Commissaire.
Madam Commissioner, Madam President, colleagues, I, at this podium, want to remind people that European citizenship doesn't exist, and it never will exist. Citizenship is something that's linked to a nation. Europe is not a nation, and therefore there's no such thing as European citizenship, and it never will exist. It's purely an ideological construction. The European Union is made up of citizens of the nations which make up the EU. Instead of learning from the objections of more and more people in Europe who are against the empire you're building up, you're arrogantly and contemptuously carrying on with this project. Your project will fail. It will come up against the reality of the peoples of Europe because our desire for freedom will eventually win out. People aren't interchangeable, and you can't build them into your empire with your phony European citizenship. This is just a parenthesis in the history of people and in the history of Europe, as a nation, a group of nations, will continue. Thanks very much. Ms. Shaby is our next speaker.
Chers collègues,
ladies and gentlemen, 12 million citizens of the EU live in a country that's not their own. These Europeans have the right to work, to live, to study in a different member state, and they're well aware of that. These mobile citizens also have the right to vote in European elections in their host country, but often they're not aware of that. So in practice, they don't actually cast their vote, neither in their host country nor in their country of origin, because they're unaware that they have rights. So we want to make these rights purchased. So we need to start with the right to access to information when they come to their new country, and so that they can decide as of their arrival in a country whether they're going to vote in their country of origin or in their country of residence. In a context where we see many people staying away from the polls, I'm not saying that this directive is going to be a magic wand, but we mustn't balk at the idea of trying to get more Europeans coming to the polling stations, and this report will contribute to that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Sinčić.
Thank you, Chair. Moja Hrvatska je zemlja birača duhova. Birački popisi su neuređeni.
Croatia is a country which has, in fact, more voters than citizens. That is what we saw at the last elections. We got so many bogus voters who are registered, and people simply don't know how it has come to be that people are registered. People are signing, but nobody knows who is eligible to vote, who's even still alive. And that is why we have a problem in local government and in municipal elections. What we see is that we have an anti-constitutional system. We have a problem in which people are saying enough is enough. We see all of that and even more than I have been able to describe here. We've got people who simply cling to power or refuse to budge, but Europe has recognized that, and we have a commissioner for democracy. And we, therefore, have to hope that this reform will improve our electoral rolls in Croatia, and hopefully the situation will improve.
Thank you. Mr. Vince is our next speaker.
Grazie, Presidente. Dear Commissioner Jourova, I would like to thank the rapporteur, Damian Böselager, for the very good cooperation in preparing the Parliament's position. Available data makes it evident that the participation rate in elections among the mobile European citizens is much lower than that of the nationals in a member state. There are many factors influencing the decision to vote or not, and certainly the registration process is the most significant. We need to close this representation gap in which the views of citizens making use of the freedom of movement are less reflected than those of other EU citizens. Mobile European citizens need to know about their right to vote and the steps they need to take for the registration in the electoral roll. I am glad that the report of the Parliament has improved the language on the possibility of immediate registration as a voter or candidate at the time of requesting a residence permit, has made it clear for voters that they have the choice of expressing their political preference in either the home state or the country of residence, and it has strengthened the references to information provision on the prohibition of double voting. And in this regard, it is regretful that not all Member States have ratified the Council's decision of 2018 amending the 76 electoral roll, which requires effective, proportionate and dissuasive penalties in Member States in the event of double voting. In its absence, strengthened information provision through this directive is most useful. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Ha facoltà ora di intervenire il vicepresidente.
Thank you. Vice President Silva Pereira is our next speaker.
Obrigado, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues. The freedom of movement of individuals is one of the biggest advantages that European citizenship confirms. Citizens have recognised this, but that shouldn't impact negatively on citizens' right to vote in elections, even if they choose to live in a country different from their country of origin. That's why we are flagging up this issue to Commission and Council today, calling on them to take measures to strike down these barriers and respect immigrants' right to vote in European elections. Automatic registration, early voting mechanisms, postal votes, all of these things can make a huge difference for many immigrants and other mobile citizens. We also urgently need information to be provided on people's right to stand in elections, if possible, in a language that they can understand, as awareness-raising campaigns are carried out. It's important that as many immigrants are encouraged to vote in the next European elections as possible, but for this we need to act now and put right what we failed to do so far. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Gozzi.
Grazie, Presidente. Madame.
Thank you much indeed, Madam Commission Vice President De Vera, dear colleagues. Now, we've seen very worrying developments. At the last elections, the abstention rate for expatriates was 9 million, so that is 60% of the population of a medium-sized country, in other words. This is a case of people who vote in countries other than their country of origin, which means that their democratic right to participate was severely curtailed because of a lack of information. Now, as an Italian citizen who resides in and is elected in France, I firmly believe that we are really missing the most wonderful opportunity afforded to us by our union, and that is to be fully fledged citizens of that union. And that is why, to my mind, we must rapidly bring down all the barriers to full democratic participation by 2024.
Thanks very much. Mr. De Meo is our next speaker, please. Thank you, Madam President. As has been said, too many European citizens who live for reasons of their job or their study in a different member state from the one they were born in, who aren't able, unfortunately, to exercise their right to vote. They vote in percentage terms less than national citizens in that same member state, and of course much fewer of them stand in elections as well. Social mobility is something that we call upon and talk about a lot to strengthen the whole European project. So that's why Parliament today is clearly calling for this to be made easier, to be able to stand and to be able to vote in elections, particularly when it comes to persons with disabilities. The underpinning of any democracy is that anybody can stand for election. It would also help Europeanise the elections, and the citizens of Europe, they'll see European democracy strengthening itself, strengthening their feeling of belonging, and it'll also be a major element to defeat abstentionism, our biggest enemy. Thank you very much, says the President. Mr. Mandel is our next speaker. Is Mr. Mandel actually in the chamber? I can't see him. I'm looking around. I don't think he's here. So we'll move straight to Catch the Eye. Various colleagues have asked. Is Mr. Mandel? No? Okay. So let's...
Non c'è.
No, he definitely isn't here. Is he? No, he definitely isn't here.
Vuole Mandel? No, se vuole, non è...
Do you want to speak, Mr. Mandel?
Prego, l'aspettiamo, faccia con...
We'll wait, Mr. Mandel, don't worry. Take your time.
Ja, sehr geehrte Frau Vorsitzende.
Thank you very much, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. I do apologise for my late arrival. I was coming from a foreign affairs debate, but it is important that I have a say on this important democratic debate because the right to vote is a civil right. It's one of the most important civil rights in our democratic rights that are under pressure. It's also a right for union citizens because union citizens are not just allowed to elect representatives in European Parliament, but also at municipal level, at local elections, if they live in a local authority in the European Union. There's a great value to that, and there's a great value to the fact that you have your own representation from your own country in the European Parliament, regardless of where you live or where you live in the European Union. If you don't come from that country and you're a union citizen, it's important that it's not just a question of the active rights for voting, but also passive as well. We want to get young people involved, both in voting but also in standing to strengthen democracy.
Thanks very much. Now we are moving to Catch the Eye, as I said. Mr. Kimberopoulos is our first speaker. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. Today we are talking about the ultimate right to democracy. In a union like ours, especially when it comes to the participation of disabled persons in the European Parliament elections, we need the establishment of a more coherent approach across member states. It is irrational for a disabled person with a specific impairment to have this right in a member state and be hindered or deprived of it when residing in another member state, whether it is the same person or someone with the same impairment. It is the same union, the same election, the same fundamental right. The EU should not only ensure the accessibility of the procedure, it is the best opportunity for the Union to grant this right to those disabled persons who are deprived of their legal capacity, no matter of the legal framework of their home member state or their residence. This is a symbolic occasion for the EU to show the way. Thank you very much.
Grazie a lei, onorevole.
Thank you, Mr. Kimberopoulos. Mr. Lopez Aguilar is our next speaker. Thank you, Madam President. In 2022, we celebrated 60 years of the European First Parliamentary Assembly, and this, of course, is a leap forward, the only elected supranational body in the world. But electoral participation in those 40 years that we have been directly elected by universal suffrage has declined. And it's, however, went back up in 2019, electoral participation. We need to continue to stimulate people to take part. And this right to vote for mobile citizens, these 13 million European citizens who live in another member state, to the one that they're a national of, is a step in the right direction. We need to hedge it about with guarantees. Information, campaign, a language they can understand, removing as much red tape as we can, and making early voting and postal voting possible, particularly for persons with disabilities. This is the right thing. And finally, let me say that someone said there's no European citizenship. That's working against European law. We've got that because the Charter of Fundamental Rights includes it, as well as European law, and this Parliament does too. European citizenship is a real thing. Thanks very much, Madam President. Thank you, says the President. Mr. Olekas is our next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Commissioner. A lot has been said about the fact that the greatest achievement, among the greatest achievement of the European Union, is the right of mobility within the European Union, free mobility, acquire education, work in another country, for others to seek medical services, However, one of the main rights of European citizens is the right to vote, and we've seen around 13 million people who live not in their countries of origin. Therefore, the recast of this directive and creation of better conditions for people who live in other EU member states and their right to participate and to stand for elections is very important. I also agree with the colleagues that said that it's extremely important to ensure higher participation of people with disabilities. We've seen how strong they are, how much initiative they've got. So their voice has to be heard in the European Union and in the European Parliament. So I'd like to urge everyone to support this initiative and enhance democracy, allow all European citizens to take part in the elections.
Thank you. Ms Daly is our next speaker.
Mr President. These two files are obviously part of the Commission's priority for a new push for European democracy. And I mean, ensuring a right to vote and stand for election throughout the EU is grand, but it's hardly the biggest problem with European democracy. In fact, it's the technical fix for what is deep-seated problems of a disconnect between the citizens and the institutions, where in 7 member states less than 30% of people bothered to vote in the last European elections. And the reason for that wasn't because they were mobile. It's just that they couldn't be bothered because they felt that the European Parliament and the EU didn't represent them. And the reason for that at its very heart is the neoliberalism which is enshrined in the policies and the treaties of the EU, which have led to a massive increase in inequality, an undermining of public services, privatisation, a cynicism in terms of national governments, national health and so on. And unless we go back to basics and bottom-up democracy, we're kidding ourselves that these type of fixes are going to make any difference whatsoever.
Thank you. Mr Wallace is our next speaker.
Grazie, President. The voting process does need to be simplified and barriers reduced for mobile EU citizens to vote in European and local elections. However, these provisions are not enough to address democratic deficits when it comes to electoral rights. This report excludes millions of EU mobile citizens from voting in national and regional elections, as well as referendums. EU citizens residing and paying taxes in other member states have no say in the country they live in over the politics that affect their daily lives in that particular country. I mean, why should it be okay to vote for a mayor or a European representative, and yet not in national elections? Now, this legislation is supposed to be a new push for European democracy. Well, what about addressing the increasing concentration of mainstream media in the hands of fewer and fewer elite bodies? We were witnessing a race to the bottom in how news is being presented to us, and this has nothing good to do for democracy.
Thanks very much. Now let's wind up the debate by giving the floor to Vice President Jourova from the Commission.
Madam President, honourable members, I took due note of this debate of the Parliament's proposals to provide more possibilities for mobile EU citizens to exercise their electoral rights and to improve inclusiveness thereof for persons with disabilities. We are dedicated to the same goals. These proposals are only a part of the Commission's larger efforts to increase the resilience of elections and promote broad and inclusive democratic participation. There is still time to get this done ahead of the European Parliament elections next year. The Commission will work with the Council and the Presidency to find suitable solutions and achieve the unanimity required by the special legislative procedure as soon as possible. Thank you.
Grazie, Vice Presidente.
Thanks very much. Now I turn to our rapporteurs. Mr Börslager is first up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you also, Commissioner, for the positive words. Just one quick word up front to our colleagues from the far right. I think you've still not really understood history, because nations were created to overcome smaller units called kingdoms and dukedoms, and back then being a nationalist was being for progress, and I think you really misunderstood the concept of progress. When I started thinking about the theory of democracy with basically when I started building the movement, I heard very often that people don't really care about the theory of democracy or voting. And I do think that's absolutely wrong. I think people care very much if they exercise their freedom to move across borders and then are deprived of their democratic rights. I think people care a lot if they're trying to vote or stand as a candidate and they can't do that because the voting booth is not accessible. I think people care very much if their vote is unjustly stolen because of unjustified thresholds. I think they care very much if their candidates don't have the chances to present themselves. So, colleagues, democracy is fragile, and I think we should really use every opportunity to create trust in democracy, to improve our democracies, and ensure that we strengthen it with all our power. And so I'm very much happy that we take this step here now also as a step towards better democracy, against autocracy, and for our common European values. Thank you very much.
Grazie a lei, onorevole. Facoltà ora.
Thank you much indeed. And then Mr. Grudzinski, the other rapporteur.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to thank you very much for your opinions, for your interesting debate. I think we will all agree that democracy is one of the values that the EU is based upon, and all the citizens have the right to participate in the democratic life of the EU on equal basis. And I wanted to say that the legal framework from the treaty is clear. The treaty tells us that everybody should have equal access to voting, the same as the member states' citizens. So we should remove the barriers of inequality for mobile citizens. I think that the making it up to date and improving the rules, including the information obligation, are fully justified. These solutions will make it possible to participate in local elections for mobile citizens, including people with disabilities, who will be able to use their right to participate in the democratic life of the EU. I am sure that this report, despite my doubts, will be studied and analysed and will be an important voice in the discussion that has to be done in the Council. The more so that there has to be a consensus in the Council, and it has to vote with unanimity for this solution. Thank you once again for the possibility of working together and for the debate, and I would like to thank especially to my staff, especially Mr. Drwęcki. Thank you very much.
Grazie, grazie a tutti.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you very much, all you took part in what was a very interesting debate. So the debate is closed, and as you are aware, of course, the vote will take place tomorrow.
Die EVP-Fraktion hat
The EPP has informed the President about nominations to delegations. This decision will be published in the minutes of today's meeting and will enter into force on the day of the announcement.
Als nächster Punkt der
The next item on the agenda is a Commission statement, EU funding allocated to NGOs incriminated in recent corruption revelations and the protection of EU financial interests. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Hahn, and I'd call on him to take the floor on behalf of the Commission.
Vielen Dank, Frau Vorsitzende, Honorable.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss funding for civil society organizations today in the context of the recent revelations. The Commission is politically committed and legally bound to ensure that organizations and projects involved in criminal, unethical practices or those incompatible with Union values don't receive EU financial support. This, of course, includes upholding the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights and the principle of sound financial management. The Commission also acknowledges and supports the key role that independent civil society organizations play for the well-functioning of our democracies by upholding the common values on which the Union is founded: the rule of law, fundamental rights and democracy. NGOs monitor this and draw attention to threats to our values. NGOs also play an important role in the detection, prevention and fight against corruption. However, there can be bad apples in the bunch, and the legal framework set by the financial regulation aims at ensuring the protection of the Union financial interests in this regard. This framework applies fully to NGOs that are subject to the same rules under the financial regulation as for any other entity receiving EU funding. Prior to the award of EU funding, the Commission carries out rigorous selection processes, ensuring that funding is in line with EU values. During their lifetime, EU-funded projects are closely monitored to ensure that they are implemented in accordance with the agreements and the description of works. The Commission has not and will not hesitate to take appropriate action against any beneficiary of EU funding that is confirmed to be in breach of applicable rules. All relevant agreements establish various mechanisms to safeguard the proper use of Union funds. Controls or audits are put in place to identify irregularities, fraud or a breach of obligations, and in the event of these occurring, including the violation of EU values, contracts may be suspended, terminated or reduced and funds may be recovered. As an example of applying the above mechanism, and in view of the ongoing criminal investigation, the Commission has suspended all payments for the projects in Libya contracted with the NGO No Peace Without Justice as a precautionary measure. The Commission ensures also that EU funds don't end up benefiting organizations that breach EU values through the implementation of the early detection exclusion system. The exclusion grounds for applicants and recipients of Union funds include grave professional misconduct, terrorist financing, fraud and corruption. Lastly, all entities implementing EU funds are also subject to EU restrictive measures stemming from Article 250 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union and enacted through Council regulations. Those allow targeting of governments of non-EU countries, companies, groups, organizations or individuals, and prohibiting listed entities or persons from receiving EU funding. If an entity is engaged in any criminal or unethical practices or acts against EU values, we have the legal framework in place to prevent such entity from receiving EU funding. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kommissar.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now we move on to the speakers on behalf of the political groups. First of all, we'll have Ms. Hohlmeier.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, non-governmental organisations are an important constituent part of our society, and the Commissioner, I think, made it clear that they assume essential duties. I'm myself involved in many such organisations. I'm fully aware how useful and valuable the work of NGOs and foundations is. So it's all the more problematic that some black sheep are threatening to discredit the good work of other NGOs. Ms. Kylie's predicament has shown that NGOs can far too easily be used as and exploited as a tool for criminal undertakings. So we have to be sure that we have clear rules on the activities of NGOs. We need a European equivalent to the American Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA. We can't have third state nationals and criminals using NGOs as some sort of cover to influence political decision-making procedures, to pay bribes and to get their hands on EU funds. We've seen this happen, Commissioner, that organisations that are under close attention from constitutional protection measures, nevertheless allowed to get in under the radar. The official register of NGOs, there has to be open. There's no problem for the NGOs I work for being open and public, but it's important that this be available for checking and auditing. But of course, it's the flows of money that need to be checked to see if they actually are going where they are meant to be going. The fourth point, we need to make sure that there's democratic accountability and upholding of European values. That's a sine qua non for me. These NGOs have to respect European values and have to reflect those in their statutes, and we expect of the Commission that they check that systematically. Thank you. Thank you. Now for the Socialists and Democrats group, Udo Bullmann.
Madam President, Commissioner, distinguished colleagues, absolutely this corruption scandal must unreservedly, no ifs or buts, be investigated. And that applies also to foreign governments who have sought to influence this Parliament, and it also relates to sitting or former members who have been involved, as well as to bogus NGOs who unfortunately have damaged the reputation of the good NGOs and civil society. Now, I have taken over the Human Rights Subcommittee, and I can tell you that colleagues are determined to make sure that our work is not discredited. Rather, we stand for people who don't have a voice, whose rights have been violated, and we're certainly not there to defend people who are plundering our budgets. So we need to be careful, but let's go a bit further. Let's be more radical, because it's not NGOs alone who are under suspicion for abuse of funds. All of us who receive money have to be prepared to be investigated and have to be accountable. And so we have, therefore, to look at our committees as well as the Commission, and this will surprise you, Ms. Hohlmeier. We need to be far more painstaking when it comes to the administration as well, particularly when it comes to the resources of this organization, the research services, for example, and any contracts that we may award. And certainly that must be the case of the registered organizations. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to a constructive debate, but I don't think we should be carrying out a witch hunt against people in civil society.
Thank you very much. Now for the Renew Group, Nathalie Loiseau.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
Thanks, Madam President, Commissioner. Colleagues, all of us are still shocked to discover that corruption was found among some of our colleagues. All of us here are also determined to stop that from happening again. That's fine. But, colleagues, we need to be consistent. We're aware that countries in the Near and the Middle East, first and foremost Qatar, are willing to pay lots of money to influence us. So let's not allow them to do it, no matter what methods they used. It's high time we asked ourselves about certain Islamist associations which aren't simply established in Brussels, but are actually welcomed by our institutions with open arms, are legitimised and sometimes even financed by our institutions. It hasn't been a week since we all got an email from FEMISO. It hasn't been a year since the Commission was financing FEMISO. Why should an association whose links with the Muslim Brothers are well known to everybody, why finance a religious association to reach out to young people when we are a European institution which is inherently secular? Let me give you another example. Why does Erasmus Plus allow an MB association, Al-Shaq, coordinate four of its projects? All these associations have links with the Middle East or with Turkey, or with both. All of them reject our European way of life. How much time will the EU keep rolling out the red carpet for them? Qatargate should open our eyes to that point as well. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Abgeordnete.
Thank you very much. Next, for the Green Group, Hannah Neumann.
Dear colleagues, what we are looking at the moment is a criminal network that misused the organizational shell of an NGO for its corruption activities. So let's be very clear, this is a corruption scandal and it's not an NGO scandal. So rather than attacking NGOs, not just in this debate today, and some of these NGOs are actually our biggest allies when it comes to fighting corruption, we should fix our own problems. As so often, if you point with one finger to the others, there are at least three pointing back to you. We need this ethics body that President von der Leyen promised 3 years ago. We need a culture in which whistleblowers feel safe enough to finally speak up. We need more resources for Olaf, and we need to apply the same rules for everybody, regardless of big names, regardless of good connection when it comes to access, for example, to this Parliament and this Parliament resources, because frankly said, that was the biggest problem with fight impunity. The voters want us to clean up this corruption mess. They don't want us to engage in cheap party politics, nor in scapegoating, and this debate feels a bit like this.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes.
Thank you very much. Next for the ID Group, Alessandro Panza.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Commissioner, it's a real pleasure that we've been proved right once again, because years have gone by in which we have been insulted. We'd have people in this chamber who've been moralizing, and I hope that they'll end up in prison. Certainly hope so. And perhaps it goes to show that we were innocent all along. So, I mean, it's better that these things came to light, better late than never. But, you know, I wonder if we would have had this debate if these facts had not come to light. Would we have had this debate about the NGOs? Probably not, because the voices on the left are simply too loud. But we very much hope that we will have a better situation for NGOs in future and make sure that they are rewarded for their efforts. So we have to ask why we did not have rules in place to protect NGOs in the past, and why, I mean, quite rightly, of course, are we subject to these financial regulations when that is not the case of NGOs, and why are the restrictions on us and not on the NGOs? What about Peace Without Justice, for example, that has already received 1.3 million without anybody ever having exercised any kind of oversight over their accounts? Was that the right way of behaving? I do not think so, and I think that this really has been the problem here in a parliament. It only has its own truth, and we've got the Conference on the Future of Europe, and we've got all kinds of different outfits, and nobody knows who or how they are being funded. And we simply allow business as usual because there's been interference, and not from the Lega, but the reality here is now the truth. And certainly that is a situation in Lombardy and Lazio, so Francesco Rocca and other, thank you to Matteo Salvini in particular.
The next speaker for the ECR group is Mr. Jaki.
Dziękuję, Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarzu.
Thank you, President, thank you, Commissioner. You are saying that the fact that as the EU, you financed organizations which were money laundering for Qatari corruption, this is just a coincidence, just one isolated case. But no, it is the world that you have created and in which you are full of love to yourselves, but full of hate towards those who think differently. You are taking away sovereignty from people. When you wanted to vote the changes in the treaty, you lost. However, instead of listening to people, you want to change the governments. Professor Gerliński wrote in his book about Auschwitz that in order to survive this place, you had to believe in God and you had to have love of someone who is close to us. You want to kill God and you only love yourselves. Definitely you do not love those, your other people, because you are introducing euthanasia and abortion. You are taking away human dignity. You are supporting censorship in the media. You hate Europe and you hate European traditions. That is why you are letting in people who want to destroy it. You are attacking Christianity, traditional families, and those who support them. And it was enough for you for an organization to come and tell that they want rule of law in Poland, and you gave them all the money they wanted. Corruption, Russia are not for you as tradition and those who fight for it. Thank you.
Für die Fraktion der Grünen.
For the left group, Manon Aubry.
Quand le sage montre la lune.
When someone points to the moon, a stupid person looks at his finger. The European Parliament, well, the right show how true this is, because they are accusing the NGOs of all of these sins. It's the fault of the NGOs if MEPs are corrupted. It's not the fault of Qatar, it's the fault of the NGOs. If the transparency rules of the Parliament aren't respected, it's the NGOs' fault. But the EPP, not many of them here this evening, by the way, I know that you're not stupid people. You know that things like the Red Cross and Greenpeace are NGOs and you can't attack those. But what you're trying to do is get back at the associations who protect human rights and the environment and aren't on the sides of the big bosses. Also, it's a better way of diverting attention from all the attempts to throw light on your own shady dealings. Also, you can ignore the €20 million salary that the president of your group is paid, unless that's the NGO's fault as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Hidvegi.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. This debate, first of all, is not about real civil society organizations. There are thousands of them working in Europe for people. It's not about them. It's about the political manipulators that have taken the EU hostage. It's about the shady NGOs that produce politically biased reports, which are then copy-pasted into European Union positions and documents. The current corruption scandal highlights the severity of this issue. Some of the NGOs to whom the EU has left the doors wide open and has given them thousands and millions of European taxpayers' money, turns out that they are really front organizations involved in criminal deals and activities. That's the real scandal here. The Commission should have demanded maximum transparency from these NGOs, as the EU Court of Auditors actually demanded it years ago in a document. Instead of that, NGOs are continuously given privileges and exemptions. That must stop immediately. We cannot allow NGOs to continue manipulating European positions, especially not on topics such as human rights and the rule of law. It's time for transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet ist
The next speaker is Siegfried Mureşan.
Very much, Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. The accusation in the room
made by prosecutors is that a small number of individuals has created a so-called non-governmental organization and has used this so-called NGO to influence democratic processes in the European Parliament. The accusation is also that money has flown, and this is grave. And I believe that we as members of the European Parliament have the obligation to protect European democracy, to understand exactly how this was possible, and to make sure that this will not happen in the future. NGOs are a very important part of our democracy, of our societies. Very often NGOs give voice to those who need support. Very often NGOs fight for democracy, for freedom of speech, for human rights. And the many honest and strong and good NGOs are, of course, to be distinguished from the small number of NGOs who has tried in an illegitimate and unlawful way to influence the opinion of the European Parliament. As we have rules here in the Parliament, for members of the Parliament and for everyone entering, we should have rules for NGOs as well. And these rules should allow us to identify wrongdoings, to prevent wrongdoings, and to make sure that never again in the future a process which happened recently will happen again. It should allow us to make sure that such a case remains an exceptional case, and it should allow us to make sure that in the future members and NGOs can work well together in a predictable environment but based on rules. And particularly in the case of NGOs which obtain financial support from the European Union and participate in the EU public debate, I need to say we need transparency, we need to know who is behind these NGOs and how they obtain their financing. This is important for credibility of NGOs, for credibility of our European Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. René Rapazzi.
Frau Präsidentin, Herr Kommissar, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Commissioner, President, ladies and gentlemen, I've listened to the debate and been wondering all along, what's this all about? Why are we talking about this evening? Of course, NGOs have to be on a transparency register and have to disclose their sources of funding. Well, they do that already. So NGOs who have to disclose which members they speak to, yes, fine, tighten up those rules. I mean, what about commercial lobbyists? I mean, they don't. Why not? So tighten up the rules for everyone apart from them. Ladies and gentlemen, what this is really about is the fact that it takes two to tango. It's about whether and how we, in other words, those of us who have responsibility, allow ourselves to be influenced. It's important that we reject those who seek to influence in this way. And we've got various amendments which are copy and paste and try and then influence proceedings. So that's the way we have to do it, and it shouldn't be a one-sided blame game against the NGOs.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jean Lacapelle.
Madame le Président, chers collègues. Madam President, colleagues, the EU can no longer close its eyes to the scandal, and so now it's talking about NGO financing. After having ignored this until Qatargate, it was high time that they did. But why limit this to NGOs? Because they're already compromised, but of course they don't dare look any closer at themselves. What we are seeing is that everyone's corrupt. Socialists, federalists, human rightsists, and of course all the people who are against our group. So I would call your attention to Joachim Kroes's very good report on NGO financing by the European Union. This report shows how the European Union has subcontracted its policies out to the NGOs to such an extent that they're almost governmental organisations. The European Union talks about civil society, and it actually would rather talk to them than national governments. And that's because they think that national bodies would be corrupt, whereas NGOs are not. Absurd corruption and nonsense. Some of these people have received more than 25 million euros, as well as in Islamist organisations, to bodies in Germany linked to Hamas or the Muslim Brothers, 1.16 million given to a European body against racism whose member was a member of the Muslim Brothers until 2018. The European Union isn't doing anything about it because they're actually benefiting from it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Bouchardet-Vialba. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President and Commissioner. Qatargate was bound to happen. All we have is a situation which has forced the European Parliament to act, and it may now be that they do start to investigate these organisations and look at the way in which the Union finances NGOs. Now, if they were a country, they would be the world's 5th biggest economy, because there are millions of public monies which go to these organisations with no controls. And certainly you just see the corridors of this Parliament and the Commission, and you have people from Qatar and China who are working in multinationals, and they are following the orders of various mafias, particularly the human traffickers in the Mediterranean, and particularly you have other organisations who are linked to the Muslim Brotherhood. And we need to look down to the last euro at the monies they receive, but it seems to me that the NGOs enjoy complete impunity, and we need to look at exactly how money in Brussels is being spent. Next is Markus Pieper.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, the S&D colleague made a mistake. The supply chain law was not what you meant. You meant the biomethane act that the Greens took word for word from an NGO. But the NGO contribution is often very useful. I don't think we need to discuss about paid or unremunerated bodies. But there's a small number of NGOs who are the corrupt ones. But if you don't know where the money's coming from, where it's going from, where the state support isn't clear, where NGOs can enter and leave without being registered, a lot of these are shortcomings. We need to do something about it. 4 short points then. First of all, appointing transparency ombuds people who have a responsibility in each secretariat, in the EPRS. Secondly, the representatives of the agencies and the directors general have to be published with the NGOs, the contracts they have with the NGOs. It can't be on that the Commission can play around with taxpayers' money as they see fit to achieve various goals. We want that to be published. Thirdly, we have to make sure that the donors to the NGOs are known. What are the interests behind these NGOs? That has to be just as clear for NGOs as for commercial lobbyists. And fourthly, what happens with the NGOs who get EU money? We simply don't know, because the project recipients, unlike with the structural funds, do not need to be published. Why not? Because you, ladies and gentlemen on the left side of Parliament, for 5 years have been blocking this, because these transparency measures are things that you have put a stop to. That is the scandal. No Peace Without Justice almost got 4 million euros from the EU budget. We don't know if it ended up in Kylie's case or not. We really don't know. That is the scandal. So please lend a hand, help us. Let's have an own initiative report on transparency in NGOs.
Danke. Als nächstes erhält
Thank you very much. Ms. Schadenmoser.
Tak for det.
Thank you. We're still not there yet when it comes to fighting corruption in the EU, and not even in this House. Qatargate is a clear point. Every stone must be turned. No solution must be disregarded. That also applies to NGOs. We cannot turn a blind eye to this. There was just one NGO that organized the corruption scandal that is still in this House. So we need to look at whether we need stricter rules. But just as we cannot turn a blind eye to the role of NGOs, we should also not forget that lack of transparency does not only apply to NGOs, but also to business organizations. We saw it when we negotiated the DSA and the DMA, organizations that seemingly represented SMEs were actually financed by big tech. So Qatargate is not just a matter of individual members of parliament or NGOs, it's a matter of structure. And more transparency and more controls are key to solving the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Mr. Zimniok.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, non-governmental organizations are usually equated with something positive. However, that is far from being the case, and I think the corruption scandal in this organization has shown that many NGOs are being enabled by the European Union because some socialists here in the EP have taken cash, but they are not, in fact, acting in the interest of society. They are there rather to spread a left-green ideology, and that is the fact is substantiated through a whole raft of different examples. They are there to support traffickers, to support their open border ideology, and they find themselves supported in those endeavours by the Commission. We have people who actually reject uncontrolled mass migration. And we've got climate terrorists in Germany who block people going about their work, as well as the emergency and rescue services, because they are receiving very generous support from American oil billionaires. But the majority of our populations reject that ideology, and the Commission knows that, and this is now being shown by these corruption allegations, and many of them have been occasioned by the NGOs, whereas the concerns of our citizens have not been heeded. How can it be that NGOs can exercise more influence than ordinary people, whereas in actual fact the majority of our citizens reject NGOs' ideology? That has no bearing on democracy. Financial support for NGOs should, broadly speaking, be abolished because they tend to propagate a left-green ideology. Left-green ideology is being subsidized, whereas conservative and right-wing NGOs are denied any such funding. We should therefore protect our people from the ideology of NGOs. The majority reject them, and they should be protected from it, therefore. Thank you very much. Jadwiga Wiśniewska.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Back in October last year, the Parliament Research Department published a report on Mr. Panzeri's organization. It was a report about impunity throughout the world, authored by Mr. Panzeri, Mr. Tarabella, and Mrs. Arena. In that report, Poland is presented as an undemocratic country, and this document from our research department in the Parliament, this document is basis for members of Parliament to discuss Poland. Based on this report, Poland was criticized, and finally, no money was given to Poland from the reconstruction funds, and even the U.S. ambassador to Poland stated openly that Poland is being criticized based on lies, and this discreditation campaign is run by Russia, because Poland is a frontline country now, And we can see clearly that Russia has a lot to say in the Parliament and other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Herbert Dorfmann for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's quite clear that this current corruption scandal comes down to criminal activities of an NGO, and they played an important role. Nevertheless, the left part of this chamber refuses to speak about these issues. I don't really understand why. These NGOs who do their job properly have nothing to fear. On the contrary, they're an important constituent part of our civil society, and they should have an interest that the rotten apples are removed from the barrel. And this applies the same to our MEPs. Those MEPs who aren't doing their job properly is one thing, but people who are doing a decent job have nothing to fear. So if we're to have NGOs in public register, if they're receiving public funding, especially if they're receiving funding from the Commission, if representatives of NGOs come to this chamber, come into the Parliament, I think there are two criteria that should apply when it comes to transparency. First of all, the NGOs have to be representing somebody. They have to have members. Secondly, we have the right to know where they're getting their money from and what they do with that money. I think these minimum requirements for transparency wouldn't restrict any NGOs who are genuine in their business from accessing this House.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Marquardt. Yes, thank you very much, Madam President, and very grateful to you for allowing us to have this debate this evening. Now, I think first and foremost we should thank NGOs because we're talking about the terrible situation in Syria and Turkey this evening. Now, we've got very flexible organizations, often with volunteers who are going to these terrible areas trying to save as many human lives as possible. So on the one hand, I think we have to be very grateful and say that, you know, it's one thing just to decide on funding, but you actually need people in the field to implement our policies in northern Syria and Turkey or wherever, other parts of the world where it's very difficult for NGOs to do their very important jobs. On the other hand, of course, we do need transparency when it comes to EU funding. That is extremely important, but we shouldn't just be talking about NGOs, we should be talking about European Commission funding overall. I mean, I think we have to look and use this debate to make sure that we bring in as much transparency as possible, but at the same time make sure that we look at all the bureaucratic hurdles which lie behind them. We've got NGOs in northern Syria not being able to act, for example, because there are all kinds of bureaucratic impediments. And so, of course, you know, the situation isn't always perfect, but I do think we have to be honest and say that it's great that we're now also keen on transparency. We want to know where NGOs are seeking to influence us, and we want more money for them, and we want to know how the money is spent. At the same time, I really would want to know that really if these issues are so important to us, if EU funding is so important, then members who are funded by NGOs should say exactly, you know, what about the general allowance, unspent amounts, you know, that's important as well. That's extremely important to me. Let's at least be consistent in all of this. Thank you very much. That brings us now on to the Catch the Eye procedure. And we've got 6 members wishing to speak. I'd like to give them all the floor. You've got to stick to your allotted speaking time, though. So please don't exceed 1 minute. So let's start with Stanislav Polčák.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor. I condemn the scandal that happened here, as all the colleagues have done already. Unfortunately, this scandal impacts one of the most important institutions of the EU. It is evident that changes should have come earlier. They are sorely needed, and we must not condemn all in one go, neither members of the European Parliament nor NGOs. And what we need to say is more NGOs. And what we need to say is that the left here prevented us from executing effective controls over NGOs. We need to introduce changes as far as transparency is concerned. It is evident that who wants European money, who wants European support, must be fully transparent. All their contracts have to be made public, and all donors of these NGOs have to be traceable. There must not be any finance from third countries. I believe these to be our minimal requirements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Grappini. Next speaker.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, I'm sure if this corruption case had not happened, and people of good faith definitely regret it, we regret it, because it brings shame to this House. Unless this has happened, we wouldn't have been discussing this. I think analyzing the NGOs, scrutinizing them, is justified. Of course, we mustn't generalize. We mustn't say that all NGOs are corrupt. But we do need transparency rules. Commissioner, you said there are a few bad apples, but how do we find them? How do we identify those bad apples that will ruin the whole basket? In Romania, we have a saying, it all starts at the top. So the Commissioner has concluded various contracts during the pandemic. How were those contracts awarded? Were there any impact assessments? We don't know. This is why we believe that the NGOs should be reviewed periodically. There should be transparency for all those who fund the NGOs.
Thank you. Next, Ladislav Icic.
Poštovane dame I gospodo, prvo raspravljamo o nevladinim udrugama.
Thank you very much. We're discussing NGOs first and foremost, but in many of these organizations, there's monies that come from and to states, and then they should be called governmental organizations. They call themselves civil society or civil society organizations. But on the other hand, they have very few members, and they aren't close to the citizens at all. They're much closer to the politics that finances their activities. And thirdly, this Qatargate scandal has shown that these organizations can have a massive influence on politics, completely disproportionate to the number of members in these organizations, so it's not democratic at all. It means our system of civil society seems to be the wrong way round. It's manipulative, it's fake, and the consequences, obviously, end up with corruption and instrumentalization. And if we still finance these elitist NGOs concentrated in Brussels, then corruption's only going to grow and not get smaller.
Thanks, President. Many NGOs are weaponised, but what's going on here is that groups who for years have wanted to choke off funding are seizing the opportunity of Qatargate to revive their campaign. Yes, we do need to learn the lessons, and transparency around NGO funding is one thing. But what about broader transparency around all the lobbying in EU institutions? Surely that should be a bigger priority. We've heard a call for crackdown on NGOs, but what about crackdown on the lobbying from the arms industry, from big tech, big pharma, big agri? This place is full of lobbyists. 48,000 of them registered with a budget of 1.8 billion. Only the very clumsy resort to bags of cash. Everyone else knows you don't need to do that to get your way. You just need to know the right people, whisper in the right ear and dress it all up in a kind of a vaguely plausible argument that's easy for politicians and policymakers to copy and paste into their policy documents. NGOs aren't perfect, they're definitely not neutral, but we should be going after the big fish, not harassing the little ones.
Thank you very much. And next is Olikis.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, we all were shocked by the Qatargate. But we all need to agree that we are ready to fight with corruption, and we need to increase our resilience against corruption. we can't think that just NGOs are guilty because of this, the corruption scandal. Yes, NGOs should be clear about who finances them, but we need to understand that NGOs are not the same as commercial lobbyists. NGOs help us in Turkey, in Syria. They also help Ukrainian refugees. They also help people who are in need of help. So I believe that we need to understand that NGOs are our allies when we fight for human rights, when we want more freedom of conscience, and when we fight corruption. So when we fight against corruption, let's make sure.
Thank you very much. Mick Wallace, last speaker on the list.
Thank you very much, President. The Qatar scandal should not be instrumentalised in order to discredit the work of all NGOs. It's hard not to come to the conclusion that there's a lot of MEPs in here that like to do that. Sure, not all NGOs are perfect. Certain so-called human rights NGOs are in fact often guilty of instrumentalising human rights in the service of Western interest and imperialism, as we've seen in Syria. But we should be looking at institutional and structural failings within the Parliament, not tarring all NGOs with the same brush. Many in this Parliament would be more than happy with the eradication of NGOs and civil society groups in order to clear an unimpeded path for business interest. We need transparency and accountability for all lobbyists, not just for NGOs. The corporate sector has a far greater lobby footprint in the EU than civil society. So why are we singling out NGOs and giving free access to lobbyists? One could be forgiven for thinking that people in this area are looking to promote the interests of big business rather than the interests of their own citizens.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the list of speakers. Commissioner Hahn, your concluding remarks, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope we are not exhausted yet on this issue, because I think some further discussions are needed. But today I had the opportunity to set out the rigorous legal framework in place under the financial regulation that ensures the protection of union financial interests, including as regards the EU funding allocated to NGOs. The Commission has highlighted the thorough ex-ante selection processes in place for applicants of EU funding, the contractual obligations in place safeguarding respect of union values, and the ex-post mechanism to take action upon violation of such values. This framework continues to ensure that projects and entities that are incompatible with European values or pursuing an irreconcilable agenda don't receive EU funding. In application of this framework, the Commission has taken concrete actions against the NGO No Peace Without Justice. The Commission will present an anti-corruption package in April, including a proposal to update the EU rules on fighting corruption by criminal law. Before the summer 2023, the Commission will also present a Defence of Democracy package that will deepen the action under the European Democracy Action Plan to promote free and fair elections, including by developing civic space and citizens' participation to bolster democratic resilience from within. In particular, it will include proposals to protect our democracies and strengthen trust by defending our democratic system from outside interests. Let me finish by emphasising the continuous commitment of the Commission to work together with the European Parliament in ensuring adequate protection of the Union's financial interests and the Union values. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you to all the speakers in the debate. That concludes the debate, and we move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a Commission statement following up on measures requested by Parliament to strengthen the integrity of European institutions. And on behalf of the Commission, I call Vice President Jourova.
Madam President, honourable members, the European institutions have a mission to serve the general interest of the European Union. All European institutions need to ensure the highest standards of integrity and independence for themselves and for their members. This is essential to maintain public trust in the European Union and to preserve the integrity of the decision-making process in each institution. The institutions and we as members of these institutions must work to deserve the trust of European citizens. Citizens can only keep faith in the EU if the principles of ethics, integrity and transparency are upheld by the European institutions and by their members. This is why the Commission has been uncompromising in delivering the highest standards of transparency and ethics. The treaties and the Code of Conduct for the members of the European Commission, which the Commission adopted in 2018, require them to observe the highest standards of integrity and ethical conduct during, but also after their mandate. Most institutions of the EU have a framework which regulates the individual ethical obligations applicable to their members. They are based on general institutional principles and on provisions of the treaties, and they are set out in more detail either in the rules of procedure or in codes of conduct of the institutions. It is, of course, part of the institutional autonomy of each institution to decide for itself on the rules applicable to its members. But it is of the collective interests of all institutions that each of them has a strong ethical framework in place for its members. The President mentioned already in her political guidelines in 2019 that the Commission is also supporting the creation of an independent ethics body common to all institutions. This work has entailed contacts and discussions with the other institutions, and I look forward to our debate on this topic tomorrow afternoon. The Commission follows with great interest the developments on the new measures which are being discussed within the European Parliament. In the field of transparency, the European Parliament, the Council and the Commission reached a major milestone with the adoption of the interinstitutional agreement on the Transparency Register in 2021. The register is the recognition of the importance of a common framework to coordinate the approach to transparency amongst the participating institutions. The reputation of the European Union as a whole depends on the reputation of each institution and on the ethical conduct of each member. This is a common responsibility for all of us. Thank you for your attention.
Dankeschön, Frau Vizepräsidentin.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Jan Olbrycht for the EPP.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Pani Komisarz.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, the title of the debate speaks of all the European institutions, but of course we know that the pretext for this discussion is the corruption scandal in the European Parliament. We are asking ourselves whether the fact that such crimes can happen is a sign of weakness of the human nature. That is the susceptibility to crime, or is it a weakness of the organizational system? The European Parliament was very quick in its reaction. And we all know that there was a proposal of 14 points from the President of the Parliament, which has been scrutinized and is currently in the process of being implemented. So I wanted to say that the EPP, our group, was opposed to having this debate today because last week the Conference of Presidents decided to move on with the implementation of the 14 points that are supposed to improve the situation in the Parliament. It includes several crucial elements on transparency, on the rights of MEPs and former MEPs. It also includes aspects on the functioning of the registry of all lobbyists and how this registry that is common to all European institutions is supposed to be organized. I understand, and this was mentioned by Madam Commissioner, that we need to think together in all institutions whether this system of registration should be improved. We as MEPs currently are analyzing the implementation of those changes and also approaching a reform of the European Parliament. No regulations will stop criminals. However, we do have to think whether there are gaps in our system that need to be eliminated. We, of course, should start with the fact that all MEPs should have all information available on existing regulations in all institutions. Because the conversations I have had indicate that even the current system of regulation is not commonly known. So we have a lot of work to do, and I hope we will work hand in hand with the Commission. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank auch für die Zeitdisziplin.
Thank you, and thank you also for sticking carefully to your time. Next is Vice President Marc Angel for the Socialists and Democrats.
Dear colleagues, the scandal of corruption put all of us in a state of shock, and this is now not the moment to defend the status quo that allowed the poison of corruption to fester. We have to act quickly and forcefully to protect the integrity and increase transparency of the Parliament and the European Union as a whole. And that is why my political group has been so proactive when dealing with the case and supporting the judicial investigation. That is why we welcome President Metzola's commitment and her proposals on strengthening integrity, independence and accountability as a good first step. And that is why we Socialists and Democrats have set up an internal inquiry and put forward a 15-point plan to prevent and combat corruption and corruptive political interference to complement President Metzola's proposals. And that is why we as SD will unilaterally start to implement our plan where possible to lead by example. We hope that our proposal can also be the basis for stronger rules for the Parliament as a whole, and we are looking forward to having that discussion with the other political groups. My political group strongly supports the revision of the Parliament's rules of procedure to align them with the EU Whistleblower Directive. We will also continue to advocate for an ethics body overseeing EU institutions and agencies to be set up before the end of this legislature, and we therefore call on the Commission to urgently come up with a proposal in this regard. It is indispensable that we tighten the screws when it comes to the implementation of the current provisions of the interinstitutional agreement on the transparency register. And we must also increase the information for the public, for example, by making it compulsory to publish all scheduled meetings with lobbies and interest representatives. We equally welcome the proposed strengthening of the Special Committee on Foreign Interference, allowing it henceforth to identify measures to remedy shortcomings in the European Parliament's rules on transparency, integrity, accountability and anti-corruption. Madam President, a high level of transparency can minimize the possibility for corruption and restore the trust that was lost by the criminal acts of a few. Let's all work together to restore that trust. Thank you.
Dankeschön für die Renew.
Thank you. For the Renew Group, Nathalie Loiseau.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. When Qatargate broke, we were all in a state of shock. We all said that we were going to clean up the stables. But nature soon got the upper hand once again, and the extreme right of this House are very happy to talk about Morocco and Qatar, but they don't say anything about their own members who traveled to Crimea which was annexed by Russia, or the members of our parliament who find Bashar al-Assad charming and who go to Iraq to visit Iranian militias? How did they travel? Where did they get their funds from? Well, no one says anything about that. We don't hear very much about those members who refuse to describe the Holodomor as a Russian genocide against Ukraine, or refuse to support Ukraine. Well, what about the EPP group? They tell us that the best way to struggle against foreign interference is to not denounce human rights abuses in those countries. Well, in that case, we have simply failed. We see that they don't even want to have any urgency resolutions anymore. They're basically saying it's just an issue of corruption among the socialists. Well, oh right. Is that the only place in this house where people make mistakes and get it wrong? Well, I don't know if that's really the case. But everyone should deal with their own business on their doorstep. We have to be worthy of the trust that voters place in us, worthy of the mandate that we are performing, before the voters end up saying that basically we're all rotten at the end of the day.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes für die Fraktion.
Thank you. And now for the Greens, the next speaker is Tineke Streek.
The Qatar and the Morocco scandal has shocked our societies and shaken the confidence of citizens in the democratic institute of the EU. If directly elected politicians appear not to be resistant to external attempts to buy their votes, by their influence and their political activities, our credibility is heavily under attack. Because it not only ruins the reputation of the MEPs concerned, or that of every single member among us, people's trust in the EU as a whole, as you rightly said, may be affected as well. Unless we are determined to learn from these scandals and to resolve all weak spots in our systems. Transparency and public oversight are imperative for a functioning democracy. We welcome the first steps proposed by the President, but we need additional substantial measures. A reform of the Transparency Register, which also discloses lobby activities, including their foreign funding. Stronger obligations for members to declare their assets and to register every side job, gifts and travels paid by external actors. Introduce much stronger protection for staff members and APAs so that they can safely share their observations of unlawful behaviour. Establish an impartial ethics body fully competent to investigate allegations of corruption in all EU institutions and agencies. But rules alone will not solve it. Compliance with them must be much better monitored and enforced. An oversight mechanism where complaints can be filed should not only be composed by ourselves. Advices from external experts are key to prevent favouritism and to give oversight more credibility. Sanctions to non-compliance must be deterrent enough to enforce the norms. Chair, integrity cannot be taken for granted. And even the suspicion of non-integrity is toxic for an effectively functioning democracy. It is first and foremost for this democracy that we need to restore the trust and to subject ourselves to stronger rules, oversight and accountability. Thank you.
Als nächstes für die
ECR speaker, the next ECR group, the next speaker, Mr. Czarnecki.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Madame Loiseau mentioned the Crimean Peninsula, and it's very good that you did so, because it's very unfortunate that some of the MEPs paid a visit, and I think this is something we should remember about. even in the midst of all the information that we hear about Qatargate, etc. We have to say that the current regulations help maintain transparency. Not everyone, however, is aware of them. And here I agree with Mr. Angel. However, we should be careful not to get rid of everything that is necessary because, for example, friendship groups. We have a group of friends of Belarus, but not of Lukashenko. These are 30 MEPs who are in contact with independent journalists, with these people who are repressed. So this group should exist, the group Free Iran, which fights for women's rights in Iran. So we should be very precise in how we set our targets. But I agree that this is the biggest affair in the European Parliament, but not the one in the history of the EU. 30 years ago, the European Commission was dismissed. Thank you.
Fraktion der Linken.
For the left now, Manon Aubry, group leader.
Les corrompus sont comme les
Corrupted people are like vampires. They hate sunlight. So what I think we should do is turn the lights full focus on all of the things that have been happening in the European Parliament that led to this corruption scandal. However, over the last 2 months, since this story broke, we see how many groups are trying to sweep all of this under the rug. What are the practices that are being hidden? Well, lack of accountability and hiding working for third parties or private interests. What about the meetings of the presidents of the groups which should take part behind closed doors? You have the EPP, which isn't here now, which announces a witch hunts against NGO. Renew, talking a lot about reform in public, but behind closed doors tries to slow down any change. And then the extreme right, of course, not here this evening, who doesn't really care about ethics at all. So 11 of the 15 proposals which our Parliament voted on, which were endorsed in December, we all came here, we said, hands on our heart, that our democracy was in danger. And what happens? What's the first thing that happens is the reversal of a democratic decision. So I'm sorry, I'm shouting, but how many times do we have to see scandal after scandal and see these practices continue? We have a resolution from December. We need to apply it. Otherwise, how could we be surprised when the voters say we're just a group of corrupt bureaucrats after the biggest scandal in the history of the Parliament? This is what.
Nun erhält die Frau Abgeordnete Hohlmeier das Wort. Bitte.
Mrs. Hohlmeier, next speaker. Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, Manon Aubry, I'm from the EPP and I'm still here. And Mr. Albrecht was there too. And I think he must have had another appointment. But you're here, with me, like it or not. On the measures to be put in hand, there's been a suggestion for an ethics body, but let me repeat what was previously stated very clearly. Criminal energy was afoot, even amongst social and democratic group colleagues and other people who took money and illegally or unlawfully used that money. To that extent, it's not as if we could solve that problem with an ethics body. What an ethics body can do, and already does in other countries, is to give advice and speak out. What it can't do, which is proposed by some of the Greens, is to change the separation of powers. We don't want a different separation of powers. We don't want an ethics body that takes on judge-type or prosecutor-type powers. We have a division of powers, and an ethics body can only make recommendations. Secondly, there must be a blacklist of organisations which undertake certain activities such as incitement to terrorism, religious extremism, incitements to hatred. Those bodies that have received EU money should be dealt with. We don't always know who is behind them. It would be helpful for all if we had a blacklist. It would be easier to deal with a transparency register and when not to include them. Thank you. Thank you. Brando Benifei is the next speaker.
Thank you, President. For the European Parliament, it is time to act. We need to take into account the proposals on the table and ensure that they are actually implemented. We shouldn't be over hasty. We should be as ambitious and demanding as possible in making our organisation more transparent and more impermeable to corruption. So we need to be vigilant, but we also need deep structural reforms, which will be for the medium term. I'm thinking of an independent ethics body, which as Socialists and Democrats we have always asked for, along with other political groups. But there are other groups in this House that have always placed obstacles in the way. So that is why we're calling out to the European Commission. President Metzeler's proposals are good, but they don't go far enough. We have to deal with revolving doors. We need a cooling off period of 5 years. At the moment, we're talking about 6 months. That is too short, especially if we compare that to the 24 months that are in force for European commissioners. So we should not infringe upon the freedom of the members' mandates, but rather we should be looking out carefully for interference and manipulation of our democratic institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Buzelaga is the next to have the floor.
Colleagues, it has been 2 months since bags of cash were confiscated. Since then, multiple of our colleagues, people who we work with, people who make laws or who've made laws for all Europeans have been jailed. Every household across the European Union knows about this. But there's a second scandal, and the second scandal is that we haven't done anything since then. Nothing has happened. What have we done? We have written resolutions, we have new task forces, we have working groups for transparency, working groups for the rules of procedure, but we haven't tangibly changed a thing. This is, for me, a second scandal. We need to act now, and we need to get back trust now. We need to win back trust now by implementing the changes we all know. Further protection for whistleblowers, cooling off periods for MEPs, stringent transparency on conflict of interest and financial declarations, biting sanctions, but also transparency on every meeting that every one of us has, no matter the capacity, with lobby groups and interest groups. This is simple. Let's win back trust now. Let's win back trust for the European Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Victor Negrescu.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, the corruption scandals directly affect the image of the European Union and the trust our citizens have in the European construction. The populist and anti-European movements use all of that to blame the EU, but they do not care about solutions. They are even absent here today. But Europe did not steal. The European Union is not corrupted, but we speak about people that abused citizens' trust and their functions for their own interest. All EU institutions have to show zero tolerance on corruption, and this is what our political group is saying. It is not complicated, and we should not hide behind bureaucratic arguments. I come from a country, Romania, that did important reforms with the support of the European Union, and we did it. All Romanian MEPs have to present annually integrity and wealth reports that are heavily checked. So we can do that at European level. So the European Union has to show coherence and apply, of course, strict rules on all integrity issues at European level. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, Ana Miranda.
Diciembre. Ante los actuales escándalos de sacadas de dinero, el Parlamento.
What the Parliament has done in response to these scandals is to create or seek to create a committee on transparency and an independent body on ethics to ensure that the influences of Qatar, for example, cannot reach the parliament. In the beginning of January, we came back to discussing this issue, but no measures were taken. At the end of January, 30 MEPs wrote to President Metsola asking for speed and a swift response from the European Parliament, making sure that this scandal just not be limited to the issue of Qatar. There is increasing evidence that Morocco was working in the same way, interfering with the democratic process in the European Parliament via payment to MEPs, showing that Morocco was involved in a network of corruption with MEPs, which had been organised over years to influence European decisions. A number of MEPs are being condemned on social networks for announcing this. Indeed, the Parliament of Morocco has named a certain number of MEPs condemning them for raising this issue. The fact is that we need to respond with firm measures. We've put an end to these corrupt practices outside and inside. Thank you.
Und nun ist der Herr.
And now, Cyrus Indra.
Thank you, President. I am here on behalf of all the European citizens. We are here on behalf of all European citizens. So every meeting that we have is not in our name, but in the name of our citizens, in order to properly understand what our citizens need. So, as our colleagues have said, from all of the different groups, the proposals from Roberta Metsola are good, but they are not strong enough. They are the first step, but there is much more that we need to do. Today we're focusing on the meetings that we have with interest groups, those who would like to talk about their interests, and we talk with them because that is our duty. The proposal from President Metsola is not telling us to have a register or that we should publish these meetings, but we should only speak about meetings which are legislative. This goes against what the European Commission in 2016 has proposed, which is the transparency register. I believe that every meeting held at any time should be a public meeting. There are some who say that this is not possible. However, just go on my website. You can still see all our meetings, and you can see and view all the minutes in these meetings with interest groups.
If you wish to take a blue card, coming from Mr. Böselager.
Mr. Engel, I very much agree with your idea of having transparency in all meetings that all MEPs have. I was wondering what you think about the transparency on staff meetings, so for your assistants, but also for the administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel Böselager. I think that we could go back to the original proposal of the Commission when it proposed in 2016 the interinstitutional agreement for a mandatory transparency register. And over there it stated that while members of the European Parliament should be transparent and register all their meetings, the same should be done for staff of the European Parliament, for the Council, as well as for the Commission. And I think that everyone who is going for meetings on behalf of citizens should be transparent and have all those meetings public. Thank you.
Thank you. Als nächstes erhält Paul Tang das Wort.
Paul Tang is the next speaker.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. Well, first, our spouses, our parents, our children, ourselves are politically exposed persons. And banks already apply enhanced due diligence on every single one of us. They check sources of our financial wealth for illicit activities. 70 years after we have obliged banks to do this, we still don't do it ourselves. Now, the good thing is, of course, that in the December resolution, the Parliament calls for mandatory declarations of MEPs' assets at the start and at the end of the mandate. It's time to introduce this, just like in Romania. Second, we need to be alert for shady, dubious lobby methods. The launch of Lobby Leaks hotline by several cross-party MEPs and NGOs aims to gather early signals of these opaque methods. It's just two examples where others do what the European Parliament fails to do. That is frustrating. Yes, it's time for action, time for transparency and public oversight, time to restore trust. It's time to step up to the plate, hit the ball, and very hard. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank. Wir haben nun auf der Catch.
Thank you. On the Catch the Eye speakers list, we've got two members who've asked for the floor. Firstly, Stanislav Polchak has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam Aubrey talked a lot about EPP, and yes, we are present. Madam Holmeyer and Mr. Albrecht also spoke. We support most of what President Metsola presented. I think that transparency in most meetings, it's possible, also a blacklist for those who do not play by the rules, also filtering who can and cannot access the parliament. But what I asked myself, Mr. Panzeri, who is no longer an MEP, will he also have his list of meetings? This debate is about pointing fingers at other people. I think we should stop that. We must do something about it, and we should have a good result in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eric Marquardt.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you for allowing us to hold this debate today. Now, which rules are most effective? How can we make these rules more robust? But more new rules don't necessarily help if they're not properly implemented. And I could add that there are quite a few rules that we could have a closer look at. It's not a question if one colleague has given a box of chocolates to another for Christmas. I mean, if you've got too much information, you can't actually see the problematic transactions. We've talked about the transparency of NGOs, for example. Colleagues are saying that NGOs have to go on the transparency register, but if you have a look, the very same colleagues haven't actually been recording their meetings with lobbyists. So is that doing a favour to integrity in the House? There's not very much to do when it comes to criminal behaviour than to inform the prosecutors and allow them to do their job. It's not necessarily helpful if the council simply doesn't actually register which countries are voting in which way. I mean, as a citizen, as a voter, I want to know if I can have trust in my own country. We need trust in the EU as a whole. Then we need to win back that trust.
Frau Vizepräsidentin, Sie haben sehr viele Vorschläge.
Vice President, you've received a number of proposals. Please go ahead.
Madam President, honourable members, I'd like to thank you very much for today's debate. I heard from many of you that you were speaking about the trust, because this is the core thing in our debate, I guess. And what we see in many different researches and data and different own observations that the source of the decline or lack of trust from the side of the citizens is always either abuse of power and corruption and lack of communication or direct lying to people. And I regret to say that we must be doing something wrong, because the trust of the citizens is declining in almost all the member states. In some member states, around or up to 40% of people are giving us the report that they think that the democracy does not work for them. And when we should have stronger democracy and stronger trust of the people in the institutions than now in the time of deep crisis. We already saw it in the pandemic time, that we needed the trust of people. And now in the time of war, there is even stronger demand for the trust of people. That's why I myself was very shocked when the scandal appeared last year. Because what we all know, the people do not differentiate whether it's the European Parliament, is it the Commission, or is it the Council. They just think there is something rotten in Brussels, or the EU as such is wrong. And it's very dangerous, and it's unfair, because the reputation of the EU institutions, which was built over many years, can be very much devastated by only one scandal. I said many times in public speeches or to media that I believe that this very scandal is the failure of several individual people. But this is not enough to say that. We have to look into the system, whether it works. And I don't believe that we can introduce the system which will discourage those who will want to steal from doing that. Sorry for being that blunt. But I believe we have loopholes in the system. We can increase transparency, we can increase the anti-corruption measures, we can increase many different measures. Some of them are also presented by President Metsola to make the system more robust and more trustworthy. And that's why we are discussing today, and I heard from many of you that you also feel that it's our obligation to look into the system and to improve it. The Commission is now working on 4 things, which will come soon. And I think that we will be discussing the systemic changes which the Commission will propose over the rest of this year at least. One of them is the work on the creation of the interinstitutional ethics body. I believe that we need the body which will be pragmatic and meaningful, which will create the layer which we need, something which will connect the EU institutions by working on the common standards and many other things. I will be more detailed in explaining that tomorrow, because we have a special plenary debate about that. We will be discussing the format and the scope of the ethics body with, I think, 7 EU institutions. So it should not be only the Commission, the Parliament and the Council. More about it tomorrow. We will also propose the revision of the transparency rules. Some of you spoke about it here. I think you remember the heavy debate we had in 2020 and 21 about how to increase transparency in the work of the Commission, the Parliament and the Council. I heard a lot about the freedom of the mandate of the member of the European Parliament. Indeed, we have to recognize fully the autonomy and specificity of each institution, but at the same time, I think that there is quite a room for improvement of the transparency, and to do it without damaging the efficiency of our work. The last 2 things we are working on is the anti-corruption strategy, where we should cover the EU institutions, and the defense of democracy package, which will focus on foreign interference. It will be connected with the topic which Geo Hahn before me covered here, and where you had the discussion about the need to increase the transparency of foreign financing. So I wanted to complement what I said at the beginning, to be now more concrete on ethics body more tomorrow and on all the other things. I am very much looking forward to cooperation with the Parliament, because what I felt here in this room today, that there is a very strong political will to improve the system. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön, Frau.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. And that concludes the statement of the Commission, and we come to the next item on our agenda, Mr. Grüttler's report, Union Secure Connectivity Programme 2023 to 2027. And of course, the first speaker will be the rapporteur. Please, Mr. Grüttler, go ahead.
Madame la Présidente,
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, this is a historic moment. We are going to vote in favour of new European satellites which will make the EU more autonomous in space. Satellites that will be used for ultra-secure communications, designed to be lasting and which will be held by the European Union to communicate simultaneously anywhere in Europe, but also throughout the world. These are satellites that could also help Europe's allies and friends. Imagine you're a Ukrainian soldier right now on the ground in the cold of winter, and all of a sudden your connection goes down. You're unable to communicate with your comrades anymore or your commanders to exchange the information that you have picked up. Someone has cut your connection, and that someone is Elon Musk, because the internet connection was supplied by Starlink satellites from his company. That is precisely what's going on now in Ukraine, and it's completely unacceptable. We should not depend on the whims of a single man, and it's in particular for that it's vital that the EU should equip itself with new European satellites called IRIS. What will they represent then? Well, a few hundred satellites that will help better communications. First of all, for governmental purposes, whether that's our embassies, our fire services, our emergency services, our soldiers, they all need secure communications so that they can complete their tasks. And that's by means of quantic and post-quantic cryptography. And this will be usable across the world, from the Baltic to the Caribbean. These satellites will also be used directly by European citizens. In fact, commercial services will be made available, which will allow internet communication for citizens who are living in remote or isolated areas. As the Parliament's rapporteur, I am proud of the progress that we have made. I would like warmly to thank my MEP colleagues for this cross-party work that has been conducted smartly. With our impetus, these IRIS European satellites will be a global example of space and environmental durability. In hard and fast terms, these satellites will need to be designed to emit as little CO2 as possible when they are manufactured and launched. They must include systems to avoid waste production or debris production, and thereby avoid turning space into a huge dustbin. Lastly, the fact that these satellites will be spread across different orbits at different altitudes will allow us to reduce the number of satellites. Here, the IRIS satellites will be a counter-example to the mega constellations that use thousands of satellites. We can do differently without cluttering up space, and Europe will prove it. It's now time to implement this programme swiftly. To that end, I expect healthy, thought-through competition between the European industrial stakeholders. It's their responsibility to work cleverly to make available these satellites swiftly and innovatively. To conclude, I am very happy that these IRIS European satellites will substantially boost the strategic autonomy of the EU, providing genuine impetus for our European space industrial base, and strict eligibility criteria will be in place guaranteeing the security of this programme. After Galileo, which is the European GPS, Copernicus, our eyes on the Earth, we need IRIS satellites to allow Europe to communicate in a secure fashion right across the world. Thank you.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the Commission, I give the floor to Commissioner Breton. Please go ahead.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen MEPs, please allow me to start by saying how happy I am to take the floor in the plenary hall to be able to agree with what has been said about how important it is to launch the infrastructure of secure connectivity, IRIS. I want to warmly thank all of the MEPs who've worked so fast on this issue, particularly the rapporteur, Christoph Grüdler, whose work has been exceptional, with the support of the shadow rapporteurs, of course. Thank you, Christoph. I say have worked fast because 9 months after the work of the Commission was presented was what it took to reach an agreement. And then just 1 year, it will be possible to initiate the implementation of this system. As the rapporteur said, we find ourselves in a pressing situation. So it's important to act quickly. I think there is deep consensus between the co-legislators and the Commission in light of the pressing need to consolidate our technological sovereignty while providing the Union a secure means of communication, which is essential today. The amendments made by the Council and Parliament serve to clarify and specify many aspects of our proposal, and I welcome them. I would in particular like to recall 4 particular aspects, if you'll allow me. First of all, the primary objective of IRIS, as defined in the regulation, is to ensure 4 member states of the EU guaranteed access to ultra-secure communication on a global level, autonomously, and which respond to their operational needs. And it is for that sole objective that the funds of the Union budget will be directed. So our primary objective, which I think bears repeating, is to build a sovereign constellation for the use of members, public services, security and defence, as the rapporteur has recalled, as we've seen in Ukraine, as we are seeing in Ukraine on a day-to-day basis. The connectivity via LEO satellites is absolutely essential in conflict areas. It is an essential requirement that Europe currently doesn't have, but that IRIS will supply. The criteria of eligibility for enterprises developing IRIS will be demanding and will stay very much in line with the regulation's provisions. There will be no compromise on security and integrity of the infrastructure, and it will be up to the industry itself to adapt, not the other way around. And we want to integrate state-of-the-art in the area of a secure connection. We want to apply quantum encryption. There will also be the possibility of developing innovative commercial services applied on a broad basis. For this, IRIS will be built on the basis of a public-private partnership, and obviously we will be opening up this possibility to one or more partners. Now, of course, the war in Ukraine changes everything permanently. Certainly for the very long term. So it's clear that we cannot accept any risk of threat from those who are exposed to risks from Russia. I'd also say that IRIS is an infrastructure which has a geopolitical aspect. It has a potentially global coverage, as the rapporteur has said. And so we will be able to provide connectivity where it is needed. I'm thinking particularly of Africa, where IRIS can play a significant role for the whole of the continent. And finally, IRIS represents an opportunity for the Union to work differently in space, providing a fabric for startups, perhaps to ones with a bolder vision, and in so doing tap the potential of enterprises working in this area, particularly in the domain of space, but I'm thinking also of the wider startup economy and the development of specific projects for the Union. So our project will be able to be launched without any further delay. I look forward to launching the first tender process within a month. We'll have first services in 2024, full service in 2027. After Galileo and Copernicus, we will have a third sovereign constellation, enabling the Union to take up a role as a major player in space. Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. We now come to the speakers for the political groups. First of all, for the EPP, Massimiliano Salini.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. The effort that's being put into this huge challenge, which completes and complements the European space program, is really up to the objectives that we have set ourselves. We're faced with difficult, complex challenges, including factors like the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the aggressive expansionism of China, the major systemic challenges that finally the EU is responding to. We're showing signs of a genuine determination, the kind of determination that we need when we see a major power like the EU, which should be a great power that should take into account geopolitical concerns, but also the needs of the most vulnerable in society. And for that, we need secure communication. We need access to broadband in remote areas. I'd particularly like to thank our rapporteur, Mr. Grudlev, because he's not only taken into account the strategic challenges, but as the Commissioner also mentioned, strategic autonomy for the EU includes the smallest companies, so that part of the tendering process is reserved for small and medium-sized enterprises. So it's important that we protect ourselves, and we are doing so through genuine innovation. So I'd like to thank Commissioner Breton for having believed in this so wholeheartedly, and I'd like to thank the rapporteur and all who've worked on this.
Thank you very much, and I'll give the floor to Ivo Christoph for the Alliance of Socialists and Democrats.
Уважаема госпожо председател, уважаеми господин комисар, приветствам институционалната воля за разгръщане.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. there is an institutional will that this first European satellite communication programme for 2021 to 2027 should be got off the 2023 to 2027 should be got off the ground. This is important for security of citizens, for climate change, and for war. These have all brought home to us that we must be independent. I think it's very good that the Black Sea region is being regarded as strategic for the space programme. The EU must play a pioneering role in connectivity. As a result, we will become independent of the US and China. The access to high-speed internet, broadband and cyber security are very positive proposals. I would like to thank Mr. Grudler and all of you.
Für die Renew-Fraktion, Susanna.
Thank you, Susana Solis Perez for Renew. Thank you. Europe is setting its eyes on space, and we're doing so with an ambitious plan to build our own constellation of satellites, which will ensure secure connection on its two pillars. It will allow for sovereign communication, allowing us to not depend on the infrastructure on third countries, as has happened in the case of Ukraine. With these satellites, we'll be able to provide uninterrupted telecommunication services and protect our critical infrastructure. We will also be able to provide communication for crisis situations, whether military, diplomatic, or emergency situations. It's absolutely also essential to avoid certain regions being disconnected. Now, we can do so by continuing unbreakable internet connection. We also need to keep an eye on the sustainability of building such a system. I'd just like to thank the rapporteur for making this possible. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Und nun für die Grünen.
Thank you. And now for the Greens, Nicolas Ninas.
IRIS will give Europe a seat at the table on the new space age. We saw this constellation as an opportunity to prepare the European space industry for its new challenges. And IRIS will not only provide a secure internet connection, but will also establish a competitive space industry, ensuring Europe's independent access to space. The significance of this can be seen every day in Ukraine. The space sector requires investment just as much as it requires a change of policy that we are about to make. We want to see creative minds competing to create the smartest services, superb satellites, and the most revolutionary rockets the world has ever seen. The space-based internet provided by IRIS will eliminate any coverage gaps and bring internet access even to rural and the remotest areas all over Europe. This will drive the European economy. But this internet must also be affordable to all citizens. So, colleagues, why did you not support the Green Amendment that would have ensured that this internet connection would have cost not more than 10 euros per month? Well, however, my colleagues, I must also praise you very much, because not only have you adopted, but even embraced my proposals for sustainability criteria, which shows that you truly have a revolution in space in mind. These sustainability criteria are not only essential to continue engaging in space, but they are the first step for an international and for European space law, and even lead towards a revision of international space legislation as a whole. In this sense, IRIS² truly is revolutionary.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. Maria de Graça Carvalho is the next speaker.
Cara Presidente.
President, Commissioner, colleagues. The Union Secure Connectivity Programme aims to launch a series of satellites named IRIS that will bolster European cybersecurity will also integrate new technologies such as quantum computing. And it will allow for better communications via satellite and open up new markets. If we increase our satellite fleet, we'll be more competitive, have more access to connectivity, more stable and rapid connections, and low and medium orbits still have a lot of room for further development. The Azores Islands have major projects linked to space. The new space bridge is aimed to be precisely for launching small satellites. The Azores Islands have a number of different unique characteristics with huge potential for the space sector. So they deserve our support and full commitment from the part of the European Commission. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. We have two MEPs asking for the floor for Catch the Eye. Eric Macat is the first one.
Ja, vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you. I've read the draft report, and sometimes you can lose sight of the bigger picture when you look at the articles and the specific provisions. I'm very happy that these articles have been agreed, but we need to keep an eye on the big picture. I mean, we're dealing with space. What picture couldn't be bigger? We should also remember those who have gone before us in exploring space and did that underpinned by major political ideas. What about John F. Kennedy, who said we choose to go to the moon? He didn't say we'll give it a go, give it our best shot over the next decade and maybe we'll make it. No. He said we have decided to go to the moon. And I think what was nice in the speeches we've just heard is that there is a big political thought underlying this approach, that we are focusing our sights clearly on what is ahead. And I just wanted to share that thought. Thank you. Thank you. Damien Berzalog, you have the floor.
Yeah, colleagues, Commissioner, I just wanted to also chime in here 1 second, because as a former negotiator of the European Space Programme, it obviously makes me happy to see that we go the successive steps to actually make this European moonshot a reality. We all know that we can try to save the old industries, curb state aid and really try to preserve what's already there. But I think what's much more fascinating is to build on the innovative capacity of the European Union. We have amazing startups in the space industry, and I'm very happy that you also mentioned the downstream commercialization. If we make data available, if we make internet available, what kind of opportunities, possibilities do we have for new bright minds across Europe to actually make use of that and make us competitive by new ideas, by new frontiers, and that we can obviously best see in space? Thank you very much.
Dankeschön.
Thank you. And now, Commissioner, I'll give you the floor. So obviously that's the penultimate speaker, because the rapporteur will speak after.
Madame la Présidente,
Yes, Madam President, members. Well, I think that the speeches we've heard this evening bring out just how much interest the Parliament has in space in general and in this programme in particular. The Commission will be doing everything in its power to ensure that the implementation of this programme will take place in record time as well. And there are 3 or 4 points that were raised this evening. First of all, the primary use of IRIS will be a governmental use. So the use will be limited to the players that have been identified. Then we do want to attract private partners. However, this will be government infrastructure, which will have additional services and possible complementary commercial uses. We will also be ensuring that there will be synergies between the private and public sector services provided and access to small and medium-sized enterprises. The SATCOM and market is growing with particular interest in non-geostationary satellites. IRIS can be useful in serving the increasing broadband as well as other services. Now, 30% of the tenders will go to startups or small and medium-sized companies. That is tenable. But we need to ensure that there's a full mobilization from the sector to seize these opportunities. We'll do everything possible to attract them through flexible contracts and an anchor customer strategy. So we are ready to develop our IRIS rapidly in an innovative manner, fulfilling the conditions that I've explained and providing for greater sovereignty. Together with the High Representative, Joseph Borrell, we'll be presenting our strategy for space and defence, and that will follow on from the Strategic Compass initiative. So we aim to fully integrate the space dimension in our defence work. So that is what was asked of us, a change of paradigm. And IRIS, in its governmental side, will be playing its role fully in that, but it will be an ambitious approach. Thank you.
Monsieur le Commissaire, et voilà pour.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to conclude, I now give the floor to Mr. Ulla.
Merci bien, merci aux collègues.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the thanks, for your excellent work, and for your constructive proposals. Obviously, following on from what's been said, of course, I myself am in favour of affordable prices for tomorrow's internet access, but let's not forget it's a free market and imposing fixed prices is an impossibility. I'm just happy to see that the IRIS system will help us provide a universal service in the most remote and far-off regions and provide the best service for the greatest number. To conclude this debate, colleagues, I'm very happy that IRIS is a turning point for a more ambitious European space policy, which is more united and more coherent. A more ambitious space policy, for me, will mean more EU budget for space. It's a fifth of the size of the space budget our American friends have. The next MFF, to that end, must be the opportunity to put more money behind our European space policy. And then a European space policy that's more united means less sterile competition between European countries and more cooperation, because it's together that we will succeed. And then lastly, a European space policy that is more coherent means a European strategy that's better identified and competences broken down less between the different bodies, the Commission, European Space Agency, the National Space Agency, and so on. So, by way of a conclusion, let me refer to a colleague who made a catch-the-eye intervention on the will to do something here. There was a French author who said that I've never done anything. I would like to do great things, and we need to do miracles. We do hope that IRIS will be a major European success. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone who's taken part in this debate with so much enthusiasm indeed. That closes this agenda item, and the vote will take place tomorrow. Well, that brings us to the next item tonight, and that is the final point on today's agenda, and those are the 1-minute speeches. So these are subjects that you can get through in 1 minute. So please do not only use your minute to the full, but also don't overload it.
So far, stick to the minute, please. Just say that to everybody, because as you see, it's already quite late in the evening and we have really a lot of speakers. Ich gehe wieder zurück ins Deutsche und
So back to German. So the first speaker in this debate will be Mr. Milan Mon, Francisco José. Go ahead.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you very much, President. This week, on Wednesday the 15th, it will have been 1 year since the capsizing of the fishing boat Villa de Pitanjo. It's one of the biggest fishing disasters over the last 40 years in Europe, and it's a tragedy which still affects us all. So from the European Parliament, I would like to extend my most sincere condolences to the families of the 21 victims. Their perseverance in seeking justice is something I'd also like to pay tribute to. Through the Petitions Committee and the Fisheries Committee in autumn this week, respectively, we've looked into this operation, seeking to better understand the causes, trying to advance the criminal case. The Spanish government has gone through the processes to be able to inspect the wreck. So we think that what's important here is not only legality but also humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker will be Ms. Maria Grappini.
Doamna președintă, domnule comisar.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. In 2014, we spoke a lot about the rights of the child, the rights of Romanian children living in many different states, and often they've been brutally taken away from their families in Denmark, Norway, Finland. There's a boy terrified, taken away by a court in Israel. And the father has spent many years trying to recover his child's custody. And, you know, this is an issue of the citizens' confidence in us. And there are medical reports that were compiled in 2021 and other years recommending that the child be returned to its father. What are we doing? What is the Commission doing? What are European bodies doing to protect the children, European children living in other EU countries or third countries?
Stefanuța.
Mr. Stefanuța is the next speaker.
Colegi, Moldova și Ucraina sunt două.
Colleagues, Moldova and Ukraine are two bodies under attack from the same disease. The disease is Putin's cancer. But Moldova and Ukraine are also the last shield separating us from the maniac Putin. Today, the President of Moldova, Maia Sandu, spoke about Russia's thwarted plan. By means of a coup d'etat, the Kremlin wanted to bring about a regime change in the country. The Russians planned to extort Moldova using energy prices so that citizens wouldn't be able to do anything, and then they wanted to have politicians kidnapped and to establish a puppet regime in Chisinau. Do you not realise that Putin cares precious little about Brussels, Washington or the civilized world? Just imagine, they wanted to put Maio Sandu in the boot of a car, just like the Red Brigades did with Aldo Moro. Just imagine what a maniac he is. The fight for Moldova and Ukraine is vital. In fact, it is a battle for our Europe itself.
Ana Miranda.
Thank you very much. Ana Miranda is the next speaker.
Muito obrigada, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. Now, the connection between Galicia and Portugal is very important, but it's being obstacled by the lack of investment. There are fine words and promises, but there is not a genuine European political will or an involvement from the governments concerned. If you look at the governments from Asturias and Castilla y León, then you see that there's very little Spanish investment in the Atlantic corridor. More than a decade has passed now, and Vigo and Porto are not properly connected. it seems to be only a priority for the Portuguese government. But for Galicians, this is a historical demand that we want to see the Atlantic corridor as a source of economic and territorial development. The Commission is proposing that the Vigo-Porto connection will be part of the enlarged basic network.
Der nächste Sprecher ist
The next speaker is Gian Antonio Dare.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. According to the proposal for the revision of the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive, new buildings must have zero emissions by 2030 and existing buildings by 2050, with interim steps for residential buildings that will have to reach the required level by 2030 and 2033. On that basis, over 9 million buildings in Italy will not be in line with the rules, and the consequence is that Italians will have to rapidly refurbish 2 out of 3 houses, which will have an economic impact. We cannot go along with this sterile greenery that is going to bring thousands of Italian families to their knees. What Europe is doing is simply strangling our families.
The next speaker is Katarina Konečná.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, corporations and the media have been censoring on their sites for a long time. If you've been banned, you know what I'm saying. They used to ban for profanity, now they do it for uncomfortable opinions. And now the state wants to start censoring too. The Czech government is even going so far as to sponsor, or rather bribe, the right media outlets with 150 million crowns every year to spread the government's truth at a time when it is ordering the citizens to tighten their belts. Is it disinformation that the Czech government will not raise the retirement age? Well, of course it is, because we know it will. Yet at the end of November, the Prime Minister was denying this. So is he a disinformer? And will the websites that quoted him be punished? And what about the so-called disinformation that turned out to be true? And conversely, truths that we now know were disinformation, such as the presence of weapons of mass destruction that served for the US as a ticket into Iraq. Finally, a short message to the governments. Perhaps it's time to reflect on why the citizens do not trust you. Start solving their problems and treat the Charter of Rights and Freedoms with respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
The next speaker, Michael Hogeveen.
Sinds 2019 ondergaan de mensen thuis de klimaatagenda.
Since 2019, we have seen that Frans Timmermans has been imposing his climate agenda. The Green Deal for priorities, which are increasingly strict, suffocating Dutch citizens. We have a green motivated trade union saying it's not going far enough, saying that they want more bureaucracy, more laws, more rules. The Prime Minister is issuing warnings, saying that this is going too far. But in 2019, we saw that Mr. Timmermans wanted to go even further on the law for the climate, saying that it was an extremely important milestone, but wanting to go further. So Brussels is meddling in national politics, and let's try and change direction and reverse our approach.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
The next speaker is Dino Giarrusso.
Colleghi, l'alcol è una droga.
Alcohol is a drug. It's a legal drug, but it is damaging to health. It causes psychological and physical dependence, risks of tumors, cardiovascular disorders, and social problems. If we're going to struggle against the consequences of alcohol, then what we should be doing is providing accurate information about these drinks and the contents that they have. If you compare cigarettes and wine, however, is completely anti-scientific. That is not what we need. Wine contains alcohol, so certainly wine consumption should be controlled, but where Europe and Italy has excellent production, it's better to have a healthy wine culture where we taste it and enjoy it with a sense of moderation without falling into dependence. Let's look at genuine prevention of alcohol abuse rather than moving towards a Nutri-Score. But we particularly need to look at how wine can be consumed safely. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Elizabeth Vosenberg-Vrionidis.
Sorry, something with the micro. It's okay now? Thank you. Χθες την Κυριακή φιλοξενήθηκε
Yesterday, on Sunday, an interview was published with the member of the PEGA committee. The same member of PEGA mentions Greece as an autocratic state. And they also said that the opposition would like to invite monitors for the forthcoming elections. Is it at all possible? This is an intervention in the electoral period. These allegations are totally unfounded in my country. This is without precedent, and this is not compatible with the work and the duties of members of the European Parliament. Dear colleagues, these assessments are unacceptable. These are interventions in the internal affairs of a member state, especially in view to the forthcoming elections. This is against the work of the democratically elected government of Greece, where democracy functions effectively for the last 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ivo Hristov is the next speaker.
Switch on the micro, please. We can't hear you.
Благодаря ви, госпожо председател. На 19 януари в Охрид македонският българин Християн Пен...
On the 19th of January in Ohrid, a man was beaten to the ground, Christian Pendikov. The case is extremely sad. It's very dangerous being a Bulgarian in an EU country acceding to the Union. This event was not responded to by Brussels. The warnings of the Bulgarian president were ignored. Apparently, it was said that in Skopje there's no will to tackle these issues, and Bulgarians in North Macedonia are paying the price for European indifference. The European Commission and the Enlargement Commissioner really need to clearly state their position so that this is guaranteed.
Mr. Kyurchuk is next.
Thank you, Madam President, dear colleagues. It's a matter of humanism that we provide strong support to Turkey and Syria in these difficult times. And I would like to particularly thank Commissioner Lenarčič for his decisive work and great support coming from his people, his team, through a civil protection mechanism. I would like also to applaud and thank the thousands of EU rescuers and the volunteers that are fighting for miracles on the ground. And I would like to call for full mobilization of Europe's civil society, for each European citizen to help. People in Turkey and Syria are grieving while trying to survive without homes and sanitary conditions. They need power generators, blankets, warm clothes, fresh water, food. They need our support. It's a matter of solidarity. It's a matter of uniting our forces in helping those people in Turkey and Syria in order to come back to the real life. We need that support from this House, politically, humanitarian, but also morally.
Als nächster Sprecher zu Wort gemeldet.
The next speaker is Damian Börselager.
So I asked an artificial intelligence to tell me how to regulate artificial intelligence in Shakespearean English, and here is what it said. Good people all, lend me thine ears. A tale of import I bringeth here, of something great that cometh nigh, an age of AI that dost defy. It hath the power and speed as well, but also doth bring a weighty tale to tell. We cannot stand idle and let it be, but must regulate it, lest it harm thee. Regulation we need of this device to guide its course and set the right price. It must not bring bias to the fore, nor infringe upon our rights. That's more. Transparency must be its guiding light, and accountability with all its might, and not just some, but all shall gain. Equality and fairness shall not be in vain. So let us act with hearts so true and regulate AI as we ought to do. It is not a hindrance, but a path made clear to make progress sustainable and bring good cheer. Thank you very much. I think it's very insightful of how AI works. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marie Doshi.
Madame Doshi.
Je tenais à prendre la parole au sujet de la stratégie.
Yes, I wanted to take the floor on the subject of the strategy for industrial competitiveness that we will be voting on later this week. Well, let's not be fooled here. The only strategic thing about this strategy is the name. The last few months we've seen that the world is changing rapidly. China is subsidizing its national industries. It's blocking certain world markets like solar technology. And at the same time, the US are using protectionist policies, and our companies are the first victims. So let's accept it. The so-called happy globalization is over, free trade is over, hopes of reciprocity are over. Now we have to accept that globalization is being turned back, and we need to change our way of thinking. Now we need to rise to the major challenges we face. Let's repatriate our industrial fabric. Let's invest massively in the technologies of the future. Let's develop ambitious industrial projects at the European level, where each state will have its own contribution to make. Colleagues, the challenge is huge, and what's at stake is our capacity to have sovereignty in our economic development and the stability of our societies as well. So let's rise to the challenge and protect our industries.
So I really have to say that it's quite late in the evening, so stick to your minute, please. Our next speaker is Charlie Weimers.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Politicians rarely give their opponents advice on how to win elections, but the Irish protests against mass migration actually call for an exception. People are taking the streets to alert the political establishment of communities overwhelmed, unable to handle the volumes of people entering Ireland. The answer? Labeling opponents far right. They did the same in Sweden. As the Sweden Democrats entered Parliament, the centre-right government made an open borders pact even with the Greens. Smears instead of solutions is a big reason my party became the leading party right of centre last year in Sweden. I urge the Irish establishment to listen to the people, avoid Sweden's mistake for the sake of the Irish people, but also for the sake of the Europeans. The battle over EU migration policy is right here, right now. Join us in the fight for secure borders and controlled migration, and avoid the fate of those who bitterly cling to open borders. Thank you.
Dankeschön, vor allem auch für die Zeitdisziplin.
Thank you very much, also for keeping to time. Claire Daly is the next speaker.
Thanks, President. Since September, the lack of interest in finding answers to who was behind the Nord Stream gas explosion has been frankly astounding. This was an act of sabotage, an act of unrivalled vandalism, economically and environmentally, and not a word, no discussion, no questions. Then along comes Seymour Hersh, the world's most acclaimed, distinguished living investigative journalist. He produces a detailed claim that the United States executed this explosion with the help of Norway. Planned months before the invasion, a Norwegian Navy P-8 surveillance plane dropped a sonar buoy on the 26th of September, which triggered explosions planted by US Navy Panama City divers 3 months earlier under a NATO exercise, and still nothing. I don't know what happened, but I want to know. This is a man who doesn't make claims lightly, a man with contacts, and I find it frankly jaw-dropping that the EU is not asking questions as to who is responsible for sabotaging the livelihoods of our citizens. I am ashamed to be a European.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stanislav Polčák.
Děkuji, paní předsedkyně. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to join Mr. Stefan Nuta and say that the Russian activities against Moldova are simply unacceptable. What Maja Sandu, the President of Moldova, said today is very serious, and there's no reason not to believe her. We all know that Russia has plans for Moldova. To escalate the conflict in Ukraine, to export it into another country, to Moldova, Transnistria, and the occupation of it. These are very serious risks that we must say no to. Moldova decided to go toward Europe, and we must do everything to discourage Russia from enacting their plans, and also say, Moldova, you are welcome in the European Union. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Botos.
Vielen Dank, Frau Vorsitzende. Stimați colegi, domnule comisar.
Thank you, President, colleagues, Commissioner. We have a European anti-cancer strategy. We have a plan and a programme to help patients and help them survive these chronic diseases. But it differs greatly from one country to the next, and even from one region to the next, in terms of how patients fare. A Romanian patient has significantly less chance of survival than a German or Italian patient. Access to medicines and latest treatments is difficult or too expensive very often. And routine checks and prevention virtually do not exist in poor areas, areas far away from urban centres. I know that this is a member state competence, but I think it's our duty to ensure that in less developed regions they have the same. A fair union with equal opportunities, and let's not leave anyone behind. Let that be our slogan.
Dankeschön. Als nächste.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Patricia Chagnon.
Jeudi dernier, j'étais invitée à participer au congrès.
I was invited last Thursday to participate in Provins at the Congress of Culture. The ban on neonicotine for the farming of beets has led to the prohibition of a crucial pesticide. Now, all of the representatives of this sector are absolutely speaking in unison. It's a real threat. When we ban certain phytosanitary products, what you're doing is allowing for the import of countries who do actually use them. Now, why is this such a serious issue? Because the very independence of French agriculture is at threat, being suffocated by decrees and regulations. Your failure to respect the sector is destructive. Farmers are the beating heart of the countryside. They guarantee the production of high-quality produce, which is very much appreciated by the French, who are happy to have it on their plates, and appreciated by everybody in the four corners of the world. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Manu Pineda.
Gracias, Presidenta. Thank you very much, President. Once again, we see that those on the right are blocking a debate on the brutal repression being suffered by the Peruvian people as a result of protesting against the destitution of a duly elected president. The Peruvians are in the street fighting against the dictator Fujimori, who is protecting corruption, perpetuating racism, and allowing multinationals to continue stealing natural resources. Last week I was in Lima on a high-level mission to look at the results of what has happened in 2 months of this government. 70 dead, 2,000 injured, an innumerable number of those imprisoned and disappeared. Persecution and criminalization of trade unions, organizations representing human rights, farmers and indigenous peoples. The universities have been flattened by tanks. The EU cannot look the other way. For all of this, what we ask is that there be a ban on all sale of arms and anti-riot equipment being used against the people of Peru, and that a high-level mission is sent denouncing these violations of human rights. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much. Eugen Tomac is the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner. On the 8th of December 2022, the JHA Council took a wrong discriminatory decision, in fact, an abuse of law with regard to denying Romania and Bulgaria accession to the Schengen area. And I think that abuse of law should be sanctioned. And this week, I've been involved in a proceeding to be brought before the Court of Justice to annul that wrong, which completely flies in the face of the EU treaty and Schengen legislation. The Parliament has won the right to be a plaintiff in that procedure before the Court of Justice of the EU, and in this action at the Court of Justice, it will be a privileged plaintiff. That is something that will cover all members of the European Parliament. European legislation is in flux, and that will be borne out by the Court of Justice proceedings.
Thank you very much. Philippe Olivier is the next speaker.
L'Union européenne.
The European Union has missed the digital revolution. We didn't see mobile phones or tablets or smartphones coming. We just don't have the proper ICT sector, and at the end of the day, we've just seen the pitiful repetition of the Galileo project. So Europe is falling behind in the digital sector. But ChatGPT can show us the future. That is a conversational chatbot that can generate text. Now, financially, this was very accessible. 1 billion. And it shows that we can get back into the digital race if we know how to fit into the digital cracks and find the revolutionary innovations that can transform the sector. Artificial intelligence will require political will and political intelligence. That is what should be mobilizing Europe right now.
Dankeschön. Sandra Pereira ist unsere nächste Sprecherin.
Sandra Pereira is the next speaker.
President.
Madam President, the coup that led to the overthrow of Pedro Castillo in Peru has provoked protests in the country. The Peruvian people went down onto the streets and went to Lima, calling for the president to stand down, for a constitutional assembly to be created. For more than 2 months now, these protests have continued despite military and police repression that has led to loss of lives and injuries, and persecution of political and trade union leaders. This repression can only be condemned. In Peru, people are becoming aware of the rights that they don't have, and that the natural resources of the country only benefit large economic groups, and that they need to change the constitution of 1993. So that's why we'd like to express our solidarity with the workers, the Communist Party, the democratic forces that are working to defend the popular vote and the full return to democratic legality.
Peter.
Thank you. Peter Pollack is the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear Social Democrats, I urge you once again, don't put your reputation at risk and shed the Smer party from your ranks, as it only brings shame on you. Expel from your party Smer SD, whose President Fico tried to just a few days ago intimidate the policeman in charge of investigating corruption allegations of Smer party, threatening to put them in their place once he will be putting together the next government. You have let the Smer party trample upon the principles of democracy, love in the face of human rights, spread Putin's propaganda, all the time coordinating its steps with fascists, whom Fico can well imagine as ministers in the next government. He brazenly describes our partner armies as Wehrmacht units. Given that all of the above has not been enough to convince you, what must surely convince you to kick Fico out is the fact that he has intimidated the police, attempting to gag the investigators and to quash justice just because the law enforcement are investigating corruption of the former Fico and Pellegrini government. Dear Social Democrats, pluck up the courage and expel these mafia guys from your group.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Grazie Presidente. Apprendiamo da fonti...
President, we've learned from press sources that the Commission wants to scrap gas boilers. Perhaps the worst crisis isn't the Ukraine crisis or COVID, but the European Commission itself, because it's going to bring to its knees so many Europeans, Italians and those in the Mediterranean who've bought their property and they're now supposed to use methane, clean fuel. Now, I think these bureaucrats are in an ivory tower here. There are ever higher utility bills and taxes, and citizens are struggling to make ends meet. This is a crazy idea, and it's going to have consequences. I think we need to have feasible policies with realistic timetables without all the costs falling on our citizens. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Mick Wallace.
Thank you. Mick Wallace is the next speaker.
Thank you very much, President. Only last September, Commission President von der Leyen stated that it was paramount to now investigate the Nord Stream pipeline attack and that any deliberate disruption of active European energy is unacceptable and will lead to the strongest possible response. The strongest possible response. Well, Pulitzer Prize-winning reporter Seymour Hersh, probably the most legendary investigative journalist alive, just published a report that presents detailed claims that, on President Biden's orders, the US, with Norway's help, blew up the Nord Stream pipelines. Hersh has a long track record of journalistic integrity. This was a premeditated terrorist attack on European critical infrastructure. It was also environmental terrorism. Does the EU care? Do you need to know who did it, or do you want to know? Hersh says the US did it. Did you ask him? Did you ask them did they do it? Or do you ask them questions anymore? Have we become so subservient? Has the EU become so subservient to US empire that you can't even ask them if they did it? Is it a fucking joke?
Danke.
Thank you. Gunnar Beck, the next speaker.
Gespenst geht in Europa.
While a ghost is haunting Europe, the ghost of political reason. 13 EU governments are defending themselves against mass migration and want a properly protected EU border. And so far, this has been rejected as an obsession of so-called people of the far right. 13 member states, that's half the EU. And they now support a key demand of our group, the ID. Well, this means the debate is moving. not just Europe's citizens, but half of Europe's governments reject mass immigration. Secondly, votes for parties like the AFD or the French National Rally or the Flams Belang or the Liga, those votes count because whether we're inside or outside governments, we are heard. And it is finally time that we moved away from the Asylum and Migration Pact and we properly protected our external borders, that we don't stick to the current rules that force pushbacks and illegal returns.
João Pimenta Lopes.
João Pimenta Lopes.
Thank you, Madam President. Last week in Portugal, many thousands of workers went out onto the streets because they are involved in various kinds of professional struggles. It was a day of actions across the countries, strikes, walkouts, marches, filling the streets in various parts of the country. People are going onto the streets because they want higher salaries, because the cost of living is increasing, that they want better quality healthcare and housing. These are the masses of workers that create the wealth of the country. They deserve a better and more dignified life. Teachers have been out on the streets defending the state school system, wanting better quality career structures and better recognition of the years that they've worked for their pensions. So we want to express our solidarity with them. There are growing workers' movements fighting for what is right and fair, fighting for different policies that guarantee sovereign development of states with justice and social progress. Thank you.
Und nun beschließt
And now to conclude, Thierry Mariani.
Entre l'Union européenne et le Maroc.
Relations between the EU and Morocco are at their nadir. The vote of the European Parliament is actually challenging the decision of the Moroccan justice system. This has been brewing for a long time. Morocco is a pillar of security in Africa. This is a particularly worrying situation. All meetings are being analysed to see whether or not they constitute foreign interference. The group on the Western Sahara is continuing to flame these fears. In the current situation, the Moroccan group is not able to continue its work. It's absolutely essential that a new chair be established. The last meeting goes to February 22, so it's very important that the Parliament be able to play its role, particularly in the context of Western Sahara. The situation of Morocco, from the point of view of geopolitical concerns, is absolutely key. We need to nurture these relations. Thank you.
Damit beschließen wir diesen
Thank you. That concludes this agenda item. The next sitting will take place tomorrow at 9 a.m. on the 14th of February 2023. The agenda has been published and is available on the website of the European Parliament, and the record of this sitting will be put forward for approval tomorrow, and I wish you all pleasant evening. The sitting is adjourned.